KMTR-TV, Eugene, Springfield.
The miniseries based on the most important issue of our time. The drug war.
Fight the scourge of narcotics and drug trafficking.
While American neighborhoods were being assaulted by drugs, handfuls of DEA agents were sent to Mexico to stop the production and trafficking at the source.
We take their money and we steal a little bit of their souls.
The drug lords.
Selling that poison up north and they sell it to kids.
I take all their dope and all their money.
DEA agent Kiki Camarena was behind enemy lines.
We're just way out in front. There's nobody behind us.
Where American badges carry no authority.
Telling us all to go to hell.
And traffickers make all the rules.
I kill you right here, right now.
They've kept the DEA outspent, outgunned, and outnumbered.
Maybe we just push it a little further, huh?
Stress causes distractions and mistakes. And in your job, a mistake can get you killed.
Kiki's wife, his partner in the struggle.
You always stand by me.
You're the only thing I know of life.
Till now, they've survived.
I never asked you to do something like this, and it's gonna be dangerous.
But when Camarena's actions threatened the cartel,
Probably the biggest case the DEA's ever had in Mexico.
they took him.
Kiki never made it home last night.
Someone grabbed Kiki Camarena and Guadalajara.
They coordinated in abducting an American agent off the streets in broad daylight.
Everything that can be done will be done, Mrs. Camarena.
The struggle to bring down the drug lords who own all the power money can buy.
I'll buy you the country. How much can a small country be?
The tireless mission to bring home Camarena alive.
All I ask is, please, don't let my husband become a number.
The most important story of our time becomes the New Year's television event.
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Camarena. He's gonna have a talk, okay?
We're gonna get every one of them.
The saga that takes you behind the headlines and into the most powerful back rooms.
Get ready, Ray. The gloves are coming off.
Based on the true story of a soldier trapped in the drug war.
Kiki means something to every one of us. It means that one of us counts. It means that one of us makes a difference.
And now, Craig T. Nelson, Elizabeth Peña, Treat Williams, and Stephen Bauer. Drug Wars, the Camarena Story.
Many American officials feel that Mexico isn't doing enough to stop the flow of drugs into this country, supplying as it does about 1/3 of the cocaine consumed here, and it is the #1 supplier of heroin and marijuana.
This is the net profit from last quarter's marijuana operations. I see here now this is $10 million we put into a shopping center in East LA. My brother Benny's name. And we have $5 million in that Guadalajara car dealership and $20 million in gold in Kruger runs.
I'm getting bored, huh?
Go on. Let's go.
Go. Good, good, good. Go.
Rafa, vámonos yendo rápido. Sale, Víctor, sale, sale. Vámonos.
Síguenos.
Vámonos. Sale, sale.
promise we take no prisoners tonight. Bring the music up.
Rafa, please, it's not going to the ceiling. Keep it up. My customers don't want to come here anymore. Please, Rafa. Give me some money. Give me some money. Give me some money. Run. Get.
Currently, some DEA agents are on assignment outside the United States. They work against the production and transportation organizations of billionaire drug lords in their own countries. They work the streets of cities from Bogotá and Guadalajara to Hong Kong and Bangkok. Outside the U.S., these agents have no police powers. They can't arrest anybody. They can't seize evidence or question witnesses. Often they must go unarmed. Some have been injured, others killed. Nevertheless, they're there, making cases. Kiki Camarena, my husband, he's one of those men.
Raiders are taking the Chargers down next week, pal.
No way. I saw a tape of the game last week.
On the other hand, though, the Fouts only had a defense. Those guys would be unstoppable.
Yeah, so he doesn't. So they won't. Never happened.
No, see, this is how I got sucked in 2 years ago in Culiacan with this jerk. Don't buy into it. $10.
What's on my sheet for tomorrow, boss? All right, well, you got to hang with Kiki here because he's going to introduce you to Mr. Manny Suarez.
Suarez?
An intermediary. Operates and distributes Mexican brown out of it for Caro Quintero. Code numbers kept in a safe file. Harley's got the key to it.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, when you're carrying the piece, when you're carrying in the car, stash your piece under and up inside your seat. Just keep you out of jail if one of the state policemen throws a stop on you for weapons search. They call it depistolization. Right up here. See these guys here?
Yeah.
State policemen. The boys in blue. Most of them are on the take all the time. They're bought and paid for. The only thing they don't do for the traffickers is windows. Welcome to Dodge City. It's one out like that. Son of a bitch is down there in Bimini, sunning his ugly face while I'm walking around Corpus Christi, embarrassed in front of my regular customers. Why? Because they don't have the constant supply that they're used to. So this is bad for my reputation, man.
And you need me, huh?
Yeah.
10 kilos, huh? That's a lot of stuff, man. You can move it.
What?
You can move it. But I don't know you, amigo.
You know what the word is out on you, Suarez? The word is you got the instincts of a coyote. Yeah, instincts and guts, man. Or else you wouldn't be where you are today. Am I right?
Maybe. And maybe I like you. But I gotta be sure.
But what do you want, a reference? Huh? You want to call my cura? He'll tell you I don't do dirt to people.
Okay, amigo. Let's do business. Follow me.
So, what are you going to do about Suarez, Kiki?
McAllen.
What, Texas?
Yeah, McAllen, Texas, USA. I set up a buy here, I take delivery there, and I bust his ass there. All I gotta do is get him there. And it's land of the free, home of the straight bust. Yeah. No tip-offs, no mordida, no buy your way out of jail. None of that. No Guadalajara routine. Just a U.S. conviction. And then 20 to 30 in Huntsville. Unless he wants to deal some information, some solid intelligence about Caro Quintero, production, all his operation, transportation routes, stateside drop sites, the works.
So your buddy Floyd, he made the red animal land?
No, not again.
Getting married in Vegas next week.
How many times he done this in the last 5 years?
Man, I lost count.
You know what his problem is, right?
Yeah, you can't ask a girl on a date.
He thinks he's got to marry them first, this guy. Hey, where's that boy? Yeah.
Suarez.
Yay, Manny. Talk to me.
I told you I hate Texas. I'm not even across that border yet, and I'm starting to itch all over the place. The other day, two of my compadres got picked up in Culiacan, and things are getting tense all over the place. I ain't gonna risk it, amigo.
Hey, Suarez, we got a deal, right? I thought you were solid.
You come to me, it's less risky.
Yeah, for who? Look, a deal is a deal, okay?
Okay, then I'll send Marco across the border. He can do a good turn for a couple of his compadres, huh, Marco? This is good. Yeah. They'll let him across easy. When look at that face, they'll think he's a guy coming across to work in pictures in Hollywood. You got nothing to worry about. Marco brings the heroin across, you give him my money, and he brings my money back to me in Mexico. Like you said before, I go on instincts, man. And because I'm beginning to trust you, I'm sending the Chiva across first. And you got nothing to complain about that because I'm fronting that Chiva.
Okay, deal. You win, man. Look, tell Marco to meet me at the bar at the Empire Hotel, Alamo Street, in 2 hours. I'll talk to you. American part of the deal is blown. Damn, I wanted the bus here.
You won't bring it across?
No. He's fronting me, the Chiva. He's trusting me. All right, call the Federales. Get him in there. Get Hernandez.
¡Alto! ¡Que no se escape! ¡Abre la puerta! ¡Suéltale ahí! ¡Manos arriba! ¡No se mueva! ¡Agárralo! ¡Agárralo! ¡Calma, calma!
You got the bad guy. Your informant pulled the disappearing act. I bet Suarez didn't even know he was set up.
Yeah, we got the bad guy. But the Federales got slippy fingers. He'll be out in no time. I got 3 keys instead of 10. And anyway, it was all about a lot more than just a seizure dope. It's not the important thing. I needed Suarez. Damn it, I wanted it here. That's what it was about. It's okay. I'll start all over again tonight. ¿Quién me va a ayudar aquí?
Thing, huh? What's your name?
Mariana.
You don't like me? He likes to tease me.
You like me so much. Why don't you give me one of those diamond bracelets? they real?
As real as your breasts. You need a real man to teach you how to be a...
No! No! No, I don't want to do that! No! No, Dad!
I'll be seeing you real soon. I swear. I swear.
Your mother told me about those people she met in Rio who have to grocery.
They offer $300,000 to any good citizen that brings him a DEA head. To hell with the Colombians. When they want a gringo dead, they're too scared of doing it themselves. See, for 100 years, those bastards in El Norte, they picked my country clean. They make our people slaves. They steal our oil, they steal our gas. The dirt that we walk on belongs to them. And for 100 years, they leave our bones to dry in the sun. Now you and me, tío mío, we return the favor to the gringos. We send them our chiva, our sin semilla, our coca. We take their money and we steal a little bit of their souls. Now, the minute that we return a fraction of the ripoff of the Mexican people, run, hermano. They send their cops down here, running around our country, sticking their noses in the air like things don't smell so good. This isn't right, is it? See, the Colombians are traffickers. Pure and simple. Businessmen. While the Mexicano narcotraficante is also a fighter for the people against social injustice. I'm gonna teach you everything.
That's me, Christina Ferrari, after I had my baby. Since then, I lost 25 pounds in 3 months with the Ultra Slim Fast plan. It was easy. Ultra Slim Fast is really delicious and satisfying. I'd have a thick chocolate shake for breakfast, another for lunch, then a great dinner. I love Ultra Slim Fast. It gave me back my figure, and I feel great. Now the only baby fat in this family is on the baby.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Yea, when I was a child, I spake as a child and acted as a child. But yea, when I became an adult, I put away childish things, those toys of youth, which though they runneth fast and giveth pleasure to the soul, yet left no room for family.
The Mitsubishi Galant Sports Sedan. It's not only fast and gives pleasure to the soul, it leaves plenty of room for family. Yay! For added pleasure, factory-to-dealer incentives can save you up to $1,500.
The I could get used to this vacation. The I can't sit still vacation. The falling in love again vacation. The Royal Caribbean vacation, it's all here. Now Royal Caribbean sails from Los Angeles to Mexico.
Christmas tree, $92. Turkey dinner, $135. Gifts for the
Spent
boys.
too much money on the holidays? Now you can save some at Burger King. Get 2 juicy flame-broiled burgers for just $1 for just 2 weeks only at Burger King.
Velveeta Shells and Cheese asks, why play around with the powder when creamy's what you crave? Real Velveeta cheese sauce makes us the smoothest, the creamiest macaroni and cheese around. So why settle for a powder when creamy's what you crave?
Vargas, amigo, how did it go?
Not too good. I'm not getting too much from Caro's people. I'm a family man. I'm just ruining my liver.
I know. So you have nothing for me?
I do. I got something very special. He'll tell you.
La Viejo?
His name is Munoz. I did some free legal work for one of his cousins. He's repaying the favor.
Buenas tardes.
I am a farmer, sir. My brother and I used to work for ourselves, but 4 months ago he went to work for Caro Quintero up north in the desert.
The desert? What do you farm in the desert?
Oh, they make the desert green. My brother sent this to me in the last letter I got from him.
Marijuana?
The finest since Emmy. No seeds. Grows with no seeds to make all the resin run down into the leaves.
He knows this dope. But you cannot grow sensemilla in the desert. It grows on mountainsides in tiny plots with plenty of running water. Keep it green and happy.
Yeah, but my brother told me they pump water from under the ground.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to insult you, viejo. But, gracias. The water table is 1,000 feet below the ground in the northern desert. It's impossible.
No, un momento. It's possible, because it's there. They have many machines, and scientist farmers pumping water from the center of the earth.
Where?
I don't think my brother knew himself.
So do you still get letters from your brother?
No, not for a month. If my brother's alive, I'm going to find him. These are evil people, senor.
I know. Deep well, irrigated, high-tech sensimilla plantations. Big as the sea. We bring them down, Harley.
I'm gonna find out where they are. I'm gonna get us those fields, man.
I want to hit Caro and the others where it hurts them the most. I want to take all their dope and all their money. You'll see, Harley.
Breathing's a little heavy.
He's been up and down, but the congestion's not too bad.
Hey, kiddo.
Dad. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, listen. I'll
that old Mustang wreck? When are you gonna buy it?
In a couple of weeks.
You're gonna work on it, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna work on it. We're gonna trick it out. You go back to sleep, okay? I'll see you in the morning. I love you very much.
You're gonna go, you should go. Kiki wants to be home like any other father. He's worried about his children growing up with him being gone so much. Be careful.
Always. Hey, Kiki. Hey, man. Jose, how are you?
Fine.
How's school?
I am still waiting to hear.
Don't worry, you'll get in. Where's your man?
Oh, he's inside.
Inside? Is he alone?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Meet you here.
Okay.
You fly the Desperado, no?
Hey.
What do you see when you fly up there?
The sun and the white sand.
Rumor has it that Caro's growing sensimilla on irrigated plantations in the northern desert. I know it sounds crazy. When you have a chance, reroute yourself. Check that out, okay?
Okay.
And when Caro's flying up north, find out where he's going. Do that for me, okay?
Okay. Oh, I met one of Caro's new pilots. His name is Cesar. He has a big mouth and big head and big appetite for whiskey.
So maybe if I buy him a few drinks, we can be friendly. He'll talk to me.
Couple of whiskeys and you'll never be lonely again.
That's all I need. Where do I find this guy?
He hangs out at the Club Al Lado.
Club Al Lado.
Hey, para!
See you later.
Si tú te llevas mi amor por tanto tiempo, de la pena. Por siempre.
¡Qué bestia! César! Hey, man. I'll do it again, huh? You devil, man. I know you. Yeah, man. Man, it's Tito. You remember me? Who? Tito de Puerto Rico, man. Remember the other night?
I don't know no Tito.
Come on, man. You can booze like, hey, I find you the best chick in Guadalajara. And you don't remember, man? What's with you, man? When am I gonna tell the girl?
What are you talking about? I remember. She wasn't that great.
Hey, she thinks you have a day with her tomorrow night.
We do?
Yeah.
Hey, we do. She's a nice girl.
Yeah. But you know what she told me, man? She told me that you promised to introduce her to Caro Quintero, man. Now, what's with you, man? When you can't produce Caro Quintero, what's she gonna think, man? She's gonna think you're some dumb bolillo. You know, I'm gonna have to smooth this out for you, Cesar, but I'll try, okay?
You think I don't know Caro?
Oh, come on, man.
The man and me are very tight. We're like brothers.
Yeah, sure. Come on.
We are very close friends.
Oh, yeah? How close?
Yeah, you think I'm lying? You think I don't know Rafa?
Cesar. Oye, Cesar. Just saying, everybody knows Rafa. I mean, the guy parties hard, right? But knowing him and being a part of his business are two different things, okay?
Hey, Caro is right there with me. Closer than you are now. The champagne is running all over the place, and all Rafa's men are there just cruising.
Cruising? Cruising where?
The desert, all over.
Desert? It's a big place.
Yeah, it's big and green. Hello.
Yeah.
At one time, I get so drunk, I land right in the middle of the weed. I get high all over again, just breathe in and stuff in.
Crazy.
Hey, you want to meet him?
Caro.
Caro.
Yeah. Why not?
Eh?
Sometime?
No, I mean right now.
Don't pull my chain,
No, man, I mean it. I mean right now. He's gonna see your style, see how you move. Maybe he cut you in on the action.
Come on. Now you go. I gotta take...
Hey, why you want to know so much about Rafa? You tell me what a big man you think Rafa is. You get me talking about Rafa, thinking about Rafa, but you don't want to meet Rafa.
Hey, Cesar. Let's go.
Aunque sea por un día más.
Ever feel too clumsy when you wake up to make a pot of coffee? Introducing a better way to wake up. New Maxwell House filter packs. No fumbling, no bumbling. It's never been easier to brew a rich, perfect pot of Maxwell House coffee every time. New filter packs, in regular and decaffeinated. Only from Maxwell House. A better way to wake up.
Snow, incredible snow.
Our sight, huh?
It's our first trip to America's premier ski resort. Hey, what do you think?
Black, huh?
Yeah.
I can see you working the main lodge tonight there in the romantic glow of a roaring fire. Your dandruff takes its toll.
Dandruff? 'Tis the season for the flakes that don't melt. I shampoo every morning.
Shampoo till spring with an ordinary shampoo. Won't work like this.
You use Head & Shoulders. You don't have dandruff.
Nothing gets by you, does it?
Head & Shoulders, because you never get a second chance to make a first impression.
It will hurt if I swallow. It will hurt if I swallow. It will hurt if I... Mommy!
Introducing new advanced formula chloroseptic with the power of phenol. It penetrates nerve endings to work on contacts, so it gives the fastest relief, and nothing lasts longer. New advanced formula chloroseptic works fastest.
More juice, please.
And nothing lasts longer.
How'd you get that wonderful potpourri scent in the air?
Magic.
The magic of potpourri is now in Airwick's Magic Mushroom. It eliminates odors with the blossoms, fruits, and spices of potpourri.
Potpourri?
Magic.
New Magic Mushroom Potpourri.
Even after sleeping 4 long years, the Duracell batteries you know and love still give you the life you need. There's a date that proves it. Duracell with 4-year storage.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, will return following these messages.
Wednesday, take a quantum leap into the most harrowing life of all.
I'm a mommy.
Santa's single mom with 3 kids.
He's not our mommy.
The youngest is on to them.
What are we going to do now?
And the oldest has a date with disaster.
Are you a virgin?
Where would he go?
Forcing Sam into a molester's fiendish trap. An all-new Quantum Leap, Wednesday.
Are you expecting money from the sale of property, a bonus, an insurance settlement, a tax refund, or other money coming in later, but you need a new car, truck, motorhome, or trailer now? Well, you can have your cake and eat it, too, at Guarantee in Junction City. You pick out the vehicle that you want from a huge selection of over 2,000 new units at a low discounted price, and let Guarantee wait for the money coming in later. You save money and get in on the fabulous deals being offered by the manufacturers and get the vehicle that you want now. But that's only at Guarantee Chevy Pontiac owns in Junction City.
KMTR-TV, Eugene, Springfield.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story continues, starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
Forgive me, gentlemen, because I'm so late.
Okay.
Rate for protection of the fields is $14 per pound.
$10 a pound.
You seem to be forgetting all the side benefits that you get.
We get what we pay for. And $10 a pound buys very nice haciendas for a lot of guys who are thinking of retiring to Marbella to get never work again. To get a lot of fat accounts in Luxembourg.
And what is this worth?
Federal security badges. They're nice. But they're not enough. You see, we need a guarantee. No messing around with our production. No guys coming up from Mexico City, making Boston or crops to make the Americans happy on television. We want protection and cooperation of our fields from Mexico City at $10 a pound.
$10 a pound, huh?
$11.
Mexico City is not Guadalajara. Mexico City is like a pyramid. One man standing on top of another. Up and up. Now, one man gets fed, that man is happy. The man above him, he gets his share. And it goes on and on.
$11. It's not enough.
$12. No higher. Now, you take it or you go to hell.
$12. I have to make a phone call.
See? See? Okay, nice. You did very well. Good.
We have a deal. What is this?
This is the money.
All of it?
I knew you settled at $12 a pound.
In cardboard boxes?
You want to lose? $12 a pound times 2,000 tons of sin semilla is $48 million. If you don't want it, I'll take it back.
How do we transport it, man? How about security?
Check it at the airport. What do I care? Look at this. Everybody's hurt. Come on, we're gonna get someone to dance with. Hey, we party all night long. Right here in this. Look at this one right here. Cesar Loco. Flau. Oh, nice. Yes, we get some drink. We get some whiskey. Yeah, that's what I look at this one here. Hey, Pablo, huh? This is my new friend, Tiro Rodriguez. He's got a little operation down in Puerto Rico. It's very solid, very clean. How are you? Come on. My friend's gonna buy us some drinks. Well, whiskey, Pablo. Want to three whiskey. Paul. Hey. It's okay. Sorry. You gotta do this to everybody. Okay. Good job. I like it. Wait, I gotta pay for the drink. Dale, Pablo. That's good. Drink. Salud. Anytime. Yeah. Salud. Come on, baby, let's party. Loco, it's not my knife, man. Papo. Yeah, man. That's what you need. So what's new, man? Where's Rafa? Rafa's not here yet, but he'll be here soon. One of Rafa's friends throws a party, he shows up. You know what I mean? He's that kind of guy. The prince. What's the party for? It's just poetry in motion. I had a cheer once. Where? Up north. Up north? Hey, that's my friend. Suarez!
Hey, the party is for him. He just got out of jail. Come on, meet this guy.
I want to know about that chick.
Where?
She was just some dumb campesina working Rafa's fields.
The fields where? In the desert, right?
Come on, man, where she moved?
No, where,
Where's
man?
this
What
bitch?
desert, man?
Zaragoza, man.
Zaragoza.
Cesar.
Okay.
Hey, I'm sorry. What?
Cuidado. Okay, I'm sorry.
Taking in the night air?
Oye, Kiki.
¿Qué pasa?
We're having a party tonight. You should come. Pero ve, allá te espero.
Well, maybe I'll come by. I kind of feel like a party tonight.
Good.
Nos vemos. All right, cuidado, muchachos.
¡Hasta luego!
Because I'm not making big noises at the Mexican Attorney General's office over hearsay.
Hearsay? Is that what you think our reports are, too, is hearsay?
George, I mean, do you know what's going on in Guadalajara? It's become like a mini Dodge City down there. They got a Mexican Matt Dillon and a bunch of deputies down there, only they're protecting traffickers. Now, you think that's hearsay?
We can't go out armed for fear of getting busted. You will press the Mexicans for our diplomatic immunity, George. Stephen Matson wrote your 30-page report. You read it? Stephen's been monitoring Felix Gallardo. Felix is moving 2 tons of cocaine into the States every week, George. That's as big as Medellin cartel. Now, with the heat on in Miami, the Colombians changed directions, changed destination, rerouted half their transportation routes to Guadalajara. So now we got all the loads the Mexicans can send up north, plus Guadalajara's the transit point for half of the Medellin cartel's business. Felix has got a radio mast on top of his 200-room motel in the center of town. He's his own drug trade air traffic control, his own FAA for their planes that fly in and out of Guadalajara, operating out in the open with impunity, George. It's all in Stevens' report if you read it. And if my information is correct, Caro and Fonseca and the others are making massive moves in the marijuana production. Giant, high-tech, irrigated plantations in the northern desert.
See, George, what we're talking about is probably the biggest case the DEA's ever had in Mexico. Now we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars worth of dope. Maybe billions. I mean, it's bigger than anything DEA has ever had in Colombia. Now, come on, all we're asking for is just a few recon photos. Hey, come on, put us up in the air.
It's from Comandante Ruiz of the Mexico City Federal Police. I had him check on Zaragoza. It's all right there in his report. The fields at Zaragoza do not exist. And I'm not going to make waves between the Mexican government and this embassy over something that doesn't exist.
He can't breathe. If you'd have given him the normal doses prescribed by Dr. Gutierrez 3 hours ago, we'd be home by now. Now come with me.
What's going on?
¿Qué horas son, señorita?
I got a call 2.5 hours ago, Mexico City. You still sitting here?
It's okay. Calm down, Kiki.
Doctor, can you tell me why an 8-year-old boy has to wait for hours to get attended to?
Your wife will explain.
No, you explain, sir.
Under control. Don't make it worse. ¿Qué quieren que vean? Estoy ocupado. Está bien. Salir mañana.
Sorry. Mika, I'm really sorry.
I'm gonna be 80 and hearing those words. Look, I know. I made a choice when I married you. I married a cop. You marry a doctor, you have to share him with his patients. You marry the President of the United States, you have to share him with the world. You marry a cop.
You gotta share him with the scum of the earth.
Something like that.
I'm burning up, Mika. I keep cool, but I'm burning up. I keep secrets. Lots of them. I have to. You're the only sane thing in my life. I run around out there beating my head against the wall. Then I come home to you punchy. It's an evil world out there. But it's not us.
Vente aquí, mijito. Come on. Let's go home.
I can't.
Can I ask why?
No. You'll be okay.
Say goodnight to Danny.
It's okay, he's okay. How they treat me? Huh? I'm gonna go now, okay? I got some work to do. But I'll be back in the morning, first thing. See you. Right? Get some sleep and hang tough. Yow. Well, they left you some blood.
Sana cultura, no se cura hoy, se cura mañana.
I filed a phony flight plan. They'll never pick us up.
It's easy to clean your front teeth, but to really clean those hard-to-reach back teeth, you can either get a flip-top head or get a Reach toothbrush. It's called Reach because it has an angled neck to reach right to the back teeth for 51% cleaner teeth than the other leading brush. So, to really clean those hard-to-reach back teeth, either get a flip-top head or get Reach.
Cats love the way the complete nutrition in Friskies makes them feel.
I like feeling frisky. I like feeling fine. I like feeling healthy. Frisky all the time.
It's the vitamins, minerals, and energy-producing nutrients in Friskies that makes cats feel so healthy, and the taste keeps them coming back.
Yeah. I like feeling frisky.
There's only one cat food whose name says it all, so bring out the Frisky in your cat.
I don't know. I'm stuck. I can't get out of here. I'll call you back.
When the diagnosis is minor sore throat pain, many doctors recommend Sucrets, medicine for soothing relief. In fact, in the physician's desk reference, it says, maximum strength Sucrets. Active ingredient, diclonine hydrochloride. Action, soothing anesthetic relief. Here's what it means for you.
Now that feels better.
For soothing relief, get Sucrets. Soothing medicine for sore throat pain.
Not since everybody liked Ike. Not since a real Rocky became champ. Not since 1952 has a luxury sedan been named Motor Trend's Car of the Year. Introducing the new V8-powered Lincoln Town Car. The most spacious, the quietest, and the most technologically advanced luxury sedan ever to win Motor Trend's Car of the Year. Lincoln. What a luxury car should be.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, will return following these messages.
Monday, there's show business and snow business. First, Al gets into the act as a stand-up.
Gotta get a bing-bing!
Till the crowd wants him to shut up.
I knew you wouldn't get this stuff. You barely understood the buffet table.
Then the Hogans are snowed in. Will Mrs. Poole come to the rescue?
We must be in Southern California. We've never seen so many fleas.
Al and the Hogans, new comedies, Monday.
Good evening, I'm Kathy Randall. Coming up tonight on KMTR News at 11, at least one person is dead in a multiple vehicle collision on Highway 99 West, north of Junction City tonight. Adverse weather conditions reportedly contributed to that pileup. The storm pounding western Oregon is showing no signs of letting up, and we'll have the latest for you on that tonight. Plus, in Sports Extra, Steve Friedman will tell us how the Ducks and Beavers basketball teams fared in the Bay Area. All this and much more tonight on KMTR News at 11.
Oh, let me run for the border, they got what I need at Taco Bell. Come on, Louise. Tacos for $1.59 each. Let's run for the border, Louise. Love those burritos for 59 cents each. So delicious, Louise, my. Let's run for the border, Louise. Nothing I love better than a soft taco. So delicious, Louise, let's go. Let's run for the border, Louise.
From Hollywood with Growing Pains, Joanna Kearns.
I tested for both roles.
I was just going to say which role. Yeah.
No, they tested me for Suzanne Summers' part, and then they tested me for Joyce DeWitt's part. I got a great friendship with John Ritter and Nancy Ritter
nice.
over the years.
Yeah, that really paid
But
the
I
bills.
remember on my...
Circumcision. It's the most frequently performed surgery in America. But is it really necessary?
I'm functioning normally for the first time since I was about 16 years old.
On my next show.
Only on KMTR TV.
Hi, I'm George Michael. Join us every Sunday night for the fastest half hour in sports. The Sports Machine, Sunday nights at 11:30 here on KMTR TV. Come home to the best.
Sunday evening at 11:30 following KMTR News.
KMTR TV, Eugene, Springfield.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story continues, starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
How'd you get these? There's no denying what these pictures say, George.
What paper is that, Kiki?
LA Times.
They got a horoscope? What if it's bad? It's not a problem. See, I'm trained for danger, all that stuff. It's not a problem.
August, right?
That's it.
Today is an excellent day for outdoor pursuits.
I like that.
Oh, wait, look at mine. Listen to mine. Follow up on a rumor, and you will be pleasantly surprised.
Well, I hope somebody is surprised today. Gentlemen, I believe it's time to go. It's all yours. This is the world.
As field workers and a couple of managers, but the consolation prize is we got all Caro's dope, man.
Well, this has to be a collection point. I mean, how many tons does he have stored here?
These planes come, we thought maybe they would take us home. Nobody's paid us. Planes come, they never take us home.
Who are on the other planes?
They are uniforms like that.
Yeah? What do?
They talk to the boss, they drink, they laugh, they fly off again. Sometimes the other ones come.
Who?
The ones in the big helicopters. The ones with the medals on their chests. So many medals, he's as bright as the sun.
Muchas gracias.
Sí.
Muchas gracias.
All right. Are you okay? Yeah. Yes? I only got here 3 days ago. Stop!
drive it to believe it. The new Accord.
Here's the last stop on our tour. The Fountain of Youth.
This one's on me.
How about an ice cold bud, young man?
I love this job.
Inside. Internal Affairs is the most important division on the force. Outside.
I want you to kill my mother and father.
Different sides of the law.
You know Lieutenant Spence?
Yeah, he's a great cop.
One of the most productive officers on the entire force.
Richard Gere.
Hi, Raymond.
Andy Garcia. Internal Affairs.
Can I trust you? Of course you can trust me. I'm a cop.
Rated R. Starts Friday, January 12th at theaters everywhere.
When the people of Rehoboth, Delaware decided to clean up the waterfront, know who they teamed up with? Hefty Cinch Sack. Easy to close, easy to lift, easy to carry away. Rehoboth Beach, reclaimed by the people, and Hefty Cinch Sack.
Christmas tree, $92. Turkey dinner, $135. Gifts for the
Spent
boys.
too much money on the holidays? Now you can save some at Burger King. Get 2 juicy flame-broiled burgers for just $1 for just 2 weeks only at Burger King.
I'm Bryant Gumbel. This week on Today, we'll look into the key issues facing women in the 90s. Also, Miriam Makeba, Melissa Gilbert, and actor Ron Silver this week on Today.
It's Matlock's steamiest case.
Human sexuality.
They teach that now?
With a philandering professor.
Are you seeing someone else?
Leading to murder.
Pretty explicit stuff.
Was it the spurned student?
I hate you.
The hateful husband?
They're sleeping with my wife.
Or the angry athlete?
You won't flunk me.
It's a crafty campus caper.
You can bet on it.
Matlock, Tuesday.
Hi, I'm Ann Gillian. To me, a person who is sober is in control and smart enough to be the designated driver. Because if we drink and drive, someone is going to get hurt. Or maybe even killed. And life is too precious to waste. The more you know, the more you realize that the person who drinks and drives is a loser. But the person who doesn't can take me home anytime.
Many American officials feel that Mexico isn't doing enough to stop the flow of drugs into this country, supplying as it does about 1/3 of the cocaine consumed here, and it is the #1 supplier of heroin and marijuana.
It's a war with so far mixed results. The Mexicans call it their permanent fight. Many Americans wonder. Following the DEA-inspired raid on Zaragoza, Mexican authorities are instituting swoop-down operations throughout other vast Sinsemilla plantations, the last found tucked away in rugged mountains above Chihuahua.
Today in the desert of northern Mexico, history is being made as the Mexican government once again tries to crack down on its illegal drug traffickers. This time, the place is Chihuahua, the site of the largest Sinsemilla fields in the world. And the man of the hour is the leader of these raids, the premier comandante of federal police, Sevilla Caballera.
Comandante, ¿puede comentar sobre la situación en Chihuahua?
Todo está bien controlado. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Comandante.
Who buys this food? Huh? Who buys this silk crop that you wrap your fat body in? Huh? What are you talking about? You are my guard dog. Instead, you are a dog who turned on his master. By raiding on TV, huh? We entertain your friends. We send them to La Capital with $48 million of mordida. For what favor? Zaragoza and Chihuahua. Tell me why shouldn't I kill you right here, right now?
Rafa!
Tell me why!
Do you think it was me? Rafa, it wasn't me! We had to! Rafa! Leaks in your organization, Rafa! Your own people inform on you, Rafa. Rafa, the gringo Drug Enforcement Agency have information on you, Rafa. How else do they know everything?
Guys, what's happening?
¿Dónde está esa chaparrita? Why are the kids home?
The Marine from the Council of Security didn't show.
Great. You don't have to bottle it all up for my sake, Mika, you know?
Yes, I do. You don't need on top of your stress mine, too. Because there are dangerous streets and stress causes distractions and mistakes. And in your job, a mistake can get you killed. So I have to do my job, too.
When my tour is up next month, I'm not putting in for an extension. Okay? We're going home to San Diego. Hmm? No more of this. My family's had enough. No more. Okay?
Marijuana down. It grows twice as fast next time. Twice as fast, 3 times as fast. And to celebrate this next harvest in advance, here's a gift from my good friend. Here are keys. Roll tide. Roll tide.
Miguel. Ay, Vargas. Ay.
Jardines lleno de flores, corazón negro de amor, perdida, noche tras noche, caminando la flor de mayo. Fue culpa mía.
Vargas, now you pig.
I see.
I told you we're going to move you and your family to the States. Okay? You'll be under protective custody. You'll get the best medical attention. They can look. They'll never find you. Antonio, I promise you, they can't hurt you anymore. I promise you that.
Sí, es lo que dice.
Qué rico está esto.
¿Te gusta? ¿Querías otra bebida?
Sí, otro vasito de vino.
You know, I've been hearing some ugly rumors about you and Caro Quintero.
Martins was shot in front of 20 witnesses, and you made no arrests. I gotta give it to you, Kiki. You got a lot of guts. You know what they say about your headquarters? You can like him or you can hate him, but you gotta respect the son of a bitch. Some of them say this. When I think of you four gabachos sitting in that rat hole, sticking your hands in your pockets like you got guns, when all you got is your anatomy.
Why do you do it? Why?
What do I do what?
Why do you take the money?
Where do I take the money? It's Mexico, mordida, part of our culture. In the old days, you took $10,000 off a trafficker to improve the pittance the Gobernación pays you. And if he behaved himself, or was a nice guy, kicked him in the ass, you let him go. Today, they come into your office with AK-47s, put them up to your head. $100,000 cash money on the desk. And they say, you want the lead or you want the silver? Me? I take the money. I like the world. Did I answer your question?
Loud and clear.
And what about you?
What about me?
You like the world?
Right after Christmas, that wonderful time when folks drop their film off where they see this sign. With Color Watch, pictures soon will appear with great color up front and Kodak paper back here. Great memories develop when this seals what you see. Without it, bah, humbug, who knows what there'll be. So bring your film to this seal when the holidays end for happy Color Watch memories again and again.
That's me, Tommy Lasorda, before I lost 30 pounds in 3 months with the Ultra Slim Fast plan. Now, that was last June, and the big news is I haven't gained an ounce back. The plan is easy. I had a delicious shake for breakfast, one for lunch, and then a sensible dinner. I feel great, and I'm never going to look like this again. Hey, if I can do it, you can do it.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Welcome to Surfettes and my family, the Whittingtons, singing our commercial for surf detergent. It's so easy, working hard all day. They get dirty, they get sweaty, they so smell real bad. Surf saves the day. It removes dirt and odor, so smell clean. Everybody
cold sufferers who don't like taking your medicine, we have news that's easy to swallow. You can get NyQuil relief with the great taste of cherries. Cherry NyQuil.
The Do Not Disturb vacation. The first time we met Mike and Rita vacation. Philip, there are people watching vacation. The Royal Caribbean vacation. It's all here.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, will return following these messages.
Next Sunday,
We're going down.
teenagers marooned on a deserted isle,
No one's coming to get us, are they?
isolated in a tropical paradise.
I've never seen anything like this.
It soon becomes a deadly struggle for power.
This is like a civics class gone nuts.
He's got a gun. Corey Feldman and Christopher Daniel Barnes in the gripping 2-hour drama Exile next Sunday.
No matter when your birthday falls this year, you're bound to get a few presents you don't exactly want. Because of this, McDonald's has come up with some great birthday gifts you can get right now. Regular hamburgers for 49 cents and cheeseburgers for 59 cents. So if it's your birthday or you're planning on having one sometime this year, hurry in now. Because this birthday burgers deal won't last forever. Unlike some other presents you may get.
He was charming.
He just offered me the moon.
The perfect catch.
He took my son fishing. He took him on trips.
Was he after her heart?
I fell desperately in love with him all the time.
Or something else?
What does it do when you realize, finally, that this guy wanted you so he could get his hands on your kid?
It made me disgusted. It wanted me to kill. You want to know the truth?
Is he using you? Find out on the next Geraldo.
Monday afternoon at 4, only on KMTR TV.
Evening, I'm Kathy Randall. Coming up tonight on KMTR News at 11, at least one person is dead in a multiple vehicle collision on Highway 99 West, north of Junction City tonight. Adverse weather conditions reportedly contributed to that pileup. The storm pounding western Oregon is showing no signs of letting up, and we'll have the latest for you on that tonight. Plus, in Sports Extra, Steve Friedman will tell us how the Ducks and Beavers basketball teams fared in the Bay Area. All this and much more tonight on KMTR News at 11.
Join Steve Friedman for the latest in sports. Then the Sports Machine Sunday nights at 11:30. Here on KMTR TV. Come home to the best.
KMTR TV, Eugene, Springfield.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story continues. Starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
You plan to drive it or bury it?
Hop in, chaparrita.
I've got dinner on.
So let it burn.
Got it, Kiki.
I'm gonna cherry this baby up. I'm gonna trick it out. You won't recognize it, Mika. It's a classic.
Oh, I feel like I'm back in Calexico. I'm 15. I'm afraid you're gonna try and park with me. Oh, I'm so glad we're leaving.
I can make it happen sooner, you know. But I don't want to leave Tony and Harley. I don't want to leave them until they send a replacement.
Okay.
You always stand by me.
Back in Calexico, I woke up one day, and I wasn't a little girl anymore. The next day, Kiki, I met you. You're the only thing I know of life. I'll never let that go.
So, Kiki, what the hell are you gonna do with yourself once you cross over that big line, huh?
Me? I'm gonna hunt down dopers. I'm gonna make binding arrests, like I was handing out traffic tickets. I'm gonna sit in court, and I'm gonna testify like crazy. I'm gonna kick in doors with my own feet, hustle crooks with my own gun, the streets of San Diego with the dope dealers till they gleam.
This man is a terror.
I got chills.
That's not all. And then I'm gonna go home to my wife and my kids, in my nice new house, and maybe mow the lawn.
Mow the lawn?
Picture that.
Amen. Amen. Salud.
Amen to that.
He'll be back here in a week.
Miguelita, I got a hot tip on some new furniture. I gotta call him today. Maybe we can just scrap all this old stuff, leave it behind, start clean.
I don't know.
I gotta run. We'll talk about it at lunch.
Okay.
Wong's too sharp.
Yeah, but Kiki.
And just tell them to get my stuff to San Diego in 2 weeks instead of 3. All right, if you can, please. Miko, thank you. I'll thank you. That's right. Yeah, Armando.
Kiki.
Okay, bye-bye, babe.
They're calling Chihuahua the bust of the century. 5 to 10,000 tons.
Wow, tons?
Tons.
I gotta go, Mika. If she calls, I'm on the way, okay? I'll see you.
Comandante wants to see you.
Well, I can't go right now. I'm late for lunch.
Oh,
man.
no, compa. It's serious.
All right, you help me move the truck. I'll follow you.
Oh, he's in a big hurry. You come with us, okay?
Okay, you give me a lift?
Yeah.
I gotta make a phone call, okay?
Thank you.
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Camarena. You're among good friends. He's gonna have a talk, okay?
When people first see Airwick Crystal Air air freshener, they say,
Ooh.
but because Crystal Air works so beautifully, after that, it's all in the kitchen. In the bathroom. Everywhere. Crystal Air works beautifully day after day in places where you have the toughest odors. Crystal Air works beautifully.
I love what you do for me, Toyota. I love how you set me free, Toyota.
car of the year, truck of the year, most trouble-free, or #1 in customer satisfaction, Toyotas are always being singled out. No wonder there are more Toyotas on the road today than any other import.
I love what you do for me, Toyota.
To be honest with you, I like to be able to pronounce everything I read in the labels. I like to think of myself as having a healthy, balanced diet. That means less salt, less fat, all that sort of thing.
Introducing Healthy Choice frozen dinners. Truly delicious meals, low in fat, sodium, and cholesterol, so they can help you keep your heart healthy.
I would say it certainly passes my strictest tests.
Listen to your heart. Make a healthy choice.
In DeMont, Washington, when a kid's 18, he's old enough to drive, old enough to vote, and old enough to worry about something most adults have. Gingivitis, an early reversible gum disease that left untreated could get serious. Just ask your dentist. Fortunately, many know enough to use Listerine, the only non-prescription mouthwash accepted by the American Dental Association for helping to prevent and reduce plaque in gingivitis. Yep, if you're old enough to worry about gum disease, you ought to be smart enough to use Listerine.
Get closer to the war that cost Camarena his life as NBC News reports on the ongoing real-life battles between U.S. agents and multimillionaire drug lords. Drug Wars tonight, right after the movie.
Wednesday, take a quantum leap into the most harrowing life of all.
I'm a mommy.
Santa's single mom with 3 kids.
He's not our mommy.
The youngest is on to them.
What am I going to do, Al?
And the oldest has a date with disaster.
Are you a virgin?
Where would he go?
Forcing Sam into a molester's fiendish trap. An all-new Quantum Leap, Wednesday.
Headlock. Daniel, Enrique. Hey, stop it. What time is Dad coming home?
Soon, I guess. He didn't say for sure.
Is he going to San Diego?
No.
When are we going?
3 weeks. You're going to like being back there.
Yeah, the Chargers. You know, we're going to fix the Mustang up and trick it out.
We'll be closer to Grandma.
Yo. Mika. Wait a minute. He didn't meet you for lunch?
No, well, he's probably in Colima with the Federales. Look, I tell you what, I'll call you as soon as I find out something. All right. Tony, yeah, it's me. Kiki never made it home last night. You never leave it like this. I mean, this just ain't like Kiki. Come on, let's make some phone calls.
I'll start asking around, but I don't think it's time to press any alarm buttons. If he hasn't shown up by this afternoon, we'll think about doing that then.
Thank you, Charles.
This is Jack Lawn.
Harley Steinmetz here, sir. It appears that Kiki Camarena has been grabbed.
What?
Well, we know he's gone, Mr. Lawn. We don't know who grabbed him. It could have been anybody. Sir, the reason I am calling you direct is because I can't afford to sit around and wait for an answer from Mexico City.
It's definitely a situation. Don't wait. Make whatever moves you can.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Jimmy, let's go.
Harley. ¿A dónde fue Comandante Valdez?
Lima, señor.
With everybody? Todos los federales?
Sí, todos se fueron.
You want to the state police?
Yeah. Gracias. Can you believe this?
I don't know what the hell's going on, Harley. I don't see one police car.
Turn it down, will you? Now what? How long? Yes.
What's going on? Where the hell are you going? Greg.
I'll call you from the car, Peter. I gotta go.
Hey, man, take it easy. Man, cool out. Okay, it looks like we got at least a kilo here. This stuff looks high grade, too.
We've got Greg, someone grab Kiki Camarena in Guadalajara.
Daddy.
You gonna help Daddy pack, honey?
Why do you have to go?
Because a good friend of ours is lost. Daddy's gonna try real hard to help find him.
Jack, if the airlines are booked, can you get me down to Guadalajara military?
I don't want you down in Guadalajara. You don't know Guadalajara. I need you here with me and
Jack,
Bud.
Harley and I work together in Thailand. Jack, the random frequency scramblers are matched up. 24 hours secured, open line to Guadalajara. And you call to Mrs. Camarena's on 3.
Thanks, Tony. Mrs. Camarena, this is Jack Lawn. I want you to know we're on the case and there's not a thing we won't do to find a
Situation room. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mike. No, it's been 15 hours at least. Nothing.
Will Daddy be home tomorrow?
We'll see, darling.
Dad could always take care of himself.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want both of you to go to sleep. To school tomorrow.
Probably just up in the hills, busting some traffickers, that's all.
You got that straight.
Good night, Harley.
Night, Ricky.
Kids in bed? How about some coffee?
Sure.
Oh, Ricky seemed to be in pretty good shape.
He wants me to think that.
You could send them to Calexico to be with their grandmother.
The family should be together. They've got plans to fix that beat-up Mustang.
I can barely get Harley to change the oil in my car.
You know, I'm going to tell you something, Mika. We're going to find him, and I don't care if we have to break down every damn door in Guadalajara to do it. We are going to do it.
I remember watching those hostage families that would be in the news. Someone they loved had been taken away from them. Now I know how they must have felt. Waiting.
Coppers and traffickers hang out here. Come on. This is usually crowded. Where the hell is everybody? Where the hell is everybody?
No sé nada.
Where the hell is everybody?
No sé.
¿Dónde está todo el mundo? ¿Dónde está todo el mundo?
Que no sé.
¿Dónde está todo el mundo?
Harley.
What the hell is going on here?
We got 5 agents coming in tonight, all right? Yeah, I know. Well, how'd you get here so fast? Came military.
Harley. Master just called. They won't let him come back.
Stay tuned for scenes from tomorrow night's episode of Drug Wars, the Camarena Story.
They coordinated in abducting an American agent off the streets in broad daylight.
Tomorrow, the search begins.
Everything that can be done will be done, Mrs. Camarena.
The battle against all odds.
We're trying to find a man.
The man is probably on that beach in Miami with his girlfriend.
We gotta find Kiki now, or it's gonna be never.
How long can the drug lords behind it
Caro, Quintero.
Next time, bring better weapons, not toys.
maintain their lawless control?
How about the country? How much can a small country be?
You seem to be able to get away with anything.
They told me to go to hell.
The DEA.
We are nowhere.
Alone in their mission.
Cooperation with America is over. We're gonna get every one of them.
I want Kiki back.
To bring to justice one man.
How long is it gonna take you to get a warrant?
Any minute now.
We're going in.
And bring home another.
All I ask is, please, don't let my husband become a number.
The search for Kiki Camarena as the drug wars continue tomorrow.
That's me, Courtney Gibbs, Miss USA 1988. People think Miss USA never puts on extra weight. Well, sometimes I do. I just lost 5 pounds in 1 week with Ultra Slim Fast. The plan is easy. I have a thick, delicious shake for breakfast, one for lunch, and then a sensible dinner. When people say, Courtney, you don't look like you need Ultra Slim Fast, I say, that's exactly why I use it.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Every morning, they go to work. Over 10 million phone cards from U.S. Sprint. The only card that gives you 100% fiber optic sound quality and rates that are still up to 25% lower than AT&T. To get yours free without changing phone companies, call Sprint now. The phone card. In a world that works 24 hours a day, it's the hardest working card in the world.
Garfield, I need your help.
That goes without saying.
We have to tell cats out there about new Alpo cat food.
Hey, cat food is for the unimaginative.
Imagine this. Alpo cat food so full of nutritious proteins, every serving's like a balanced 7-course meal. And the taste.
I'll be the judge of that.
So, Garfield, what would you tell cats about Alpo?
2. Demand seconds.
New Alpo cat food, canned and dry varieties, tested and approved.
Why is this child suffering miserably with a cold tonight? Why, when there's children's NyQuil, the no alcohol, no aspirin, nighttime sniffling, sneezing, stuffy head coughing, so your child can rest medicine.
Gee, sounds awful, Bob.
It's no day at the beach, Steve. Sore throat, cough.
Try one of these.
Sugar-free Nice showers your throat with medicine for icy, cool relief.
Oh, cool. Feels better. Guess it's back to work for me.
Yeah.
Put your throat on ice with Nice.
Tomorrow night, don't miss part 2 of Drug Wars, the Camarena Story. Now stay tuned as Tom Brokaw reports on the ongoing real-life battles between U.S. agents and multi-millionaire drug lords. Drug Wars, an NBC News special, next.
I'm Bryant Gumbel. This week on Today, we'll look into the key issues facing women in the 90s. Also, Miriam Makeba, Melissa Gilbert, and actor Ron Silver this week on Today.
Buscando
She claimed it was the car of the future, but the car was a scam.
The vehicle just absolutely did not exist.
And she was a con man. Now, see the startling update, how viewers solve this unsolved mystery, plus a brutal killing, a police cover-up, and new evidence buried for 50 years.
These are high-priority cases.
An all-new Unsolved Mystery, Wednesday.
I get excited about covering all the different sports in our community. There's just so much going on at all levels. I just want to cover it all. That's what Sports Extra is all about. We devote half the weekend news to sports, and it's not just for the sports fan. It's sports coverage for everyone. I always try to put a little something extra into covering sports, and I think our viewers can see that. I just hope they have as much fun as I do.
Keep a close eye on your financial future with KMTR TV. Every weeknight on our early and late newscasts, KMTR TV brings you Market Watch, sponsored in part by Centennial Bank, big enough to help, small enough to know you. Every Monday through Friday, a representative from Dean Witter will give you the national and world financial conditions, along with business news from around the Northwest. Tune in to KMTR News for Market Watch, weeknights at 5 and 11, only on KMTR TV.
KMTR TV, Eugene, Springfield. From Washington, D.C., NBC News presents Drug Wars Tonight. Here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. The Kiki Camarena case was the most notorious murder of a DEA agent in American history. 16 people have been indicted so far, the most recent by a federal grand jury in Los Angeles just last month. Now, the miniseries takes this case only so far, but it goes well beyond that. So do the drug wars, of course. So for the next 3 nights, following the miniseries, we'll be bringing you up to date on the case of Kiki Camarena and the drug wars around the world. We're broadcasting tonight from a DEA laboratory in Washington, D.C. This is one of 8 testing facilities nationwide. It is here that they determine whether or not the substance that has been confiscated is illegal. And of course, the evidence that is developed here is a key to getting a conviction. Relations between the United States and Mexico over drugs have been strained since the days of the Nixon administration. And the Kiki Camarena murder was a flashpoint. NBC's investigative reporter Brian Ross covered that case for us and the drug wars as well. Brian, this was not just the murder of another DEA agent.
That's right, Tom. Kiki Camarena was murdered because he was not only investigating drug trafficking, but also drug corruption and how high it went in the Mexican police, military, and government. American authorities say, just like Panama, drug corruption in Mexico remains deep and pervasive. And in almost every part of that country, there is a local Noriega, a comandante, a general, a governor, getting rich dealing with Colombian drug bosses who move their cocaine through Mexico into the United States.
American drug agents have not forgotten these scenes. Mexican federal police, in the first days after Camarena's disappearance, taking what amounted to a week-long siesta, while some of their comandantes, it later turned out, were helping Camarena's killers escape. In almost every major investigation in this country of big cocaine shipments coming through Mexico, American authorities have found top Mexican officials in the middle of it. In this case, several powerful Mexicans were caught, but the Mexican general who was indicted for making this highway available as a cocaine landing strip was never turned over by the Mexican government. When he took office 2 years ago, the president of Mexico, Carlos Salinas, promised a crackdown on official drug corruption. And police in Mexico have seized record amounts of cocaine, staging elaborate ceremonies to burn the drugs. In Tijuana, there are now drug roadblocks around the city, drug detecting dogs at the international airport. And in the last several months, there have been shootouts with suspected Colombian cocaine traffickers who have set up virtual drug bases not far from the American border. But American law enforcement authorities say for all the promises of the new Mexican president, Mexico still will not allow American search planes to pursue drug smugglers over the border into
Basically, all we can do is watch him thumb his nose at us as he crosses the border.
By all accounts, the same cocaine air and land smuggling routes that DEA agent Camarena was trying to shut down are still in full operation, still protected by some of the same corrupt officials Camarena was going after.
American drug agents have not finished their investigation of the Camarena murder. NBC News has learned that a number of Mexican federal judicial police are expected to be indicted later this year by a federal grand jury in Los Angeles. Tom?
Thanks, Brian. Kiki Camarena was in Guadalajara for almost 5 years, longer than anyone else in the consulate. Too long, according to one U.S. official at the time. But Camarena was a gung-ho guy, and he stayed on voluntarily. Jack Lawn was then the deputy DEA administrator, and he says the agent was murdered because he was doing his job, perhaps doing it too well. Lawn becomes a central figure in the next 2 episodes of the series. Here's Jack Lawn now in the next episode of The Drug Wars.
This is one of the saddest days for this agency I can ever recall. A friend, a comrade, a brother has been lost, betrayed by other lawmen whom he trusted. We're not going to forget that. However long it takes, it is going to be a priority to bring his killers and their co-conspirators to justice.
With us tonight, the real Jack Lawn, who took charge at DEA less than 6 months after the Camarena kidnap murder. During his career, Mr. Lawn spent a lot of years with the FBI, and one question that he's asked more than any other, are you in fact winning this battle, this war on drugs?
I believe we are. I believe we are winning attitudes, not only nationally, but internationally. And I think that's the key to our ultimate success.
Let me ask you about the situation in Mexico. The government of President Salinas is making a lot of progress in the judgment of a lot of people, but there are federal prosecutors who say privately that he's not going far enough, that you still cannot crack, for example, the Mexican military. Is that a fair assessment?
I don't believe it is. I believe that the administration of President Salinas has been in power a very short time. They have enhanced penalties for drug trafficking. They have done a considerable amount of work to deal with the corruption in Mexico. They work very closely with our government and other governments. And very recently, they were acknowledged for their work in the international drug community by being named the president of IDEC, the International Drug Enforcement Conference. I believe that the Mexican government has taken a bold step forward.
Would it be possible for someone in Mexico now to develop those kinds of private marijuana plantations that were so important in the Camarena case?
My sense is that it would not. In the case of Buffalo and Chihuahua, those plantations were developed with the acquiescence of the military, with the acquiescence of senior officials in the Mexican government. I don't believe that would happen today.
Mr. Lawn, if they're doing such a good job, why is the amount of drug coming across from Mexico increasing? It used to be that we got about 30% of the cocaine in this country through Mexico. Now it's up to what, roughly half?
I would say about 35 or 40%. At the same time, we must acknowledge that the seizures of cocaine, the seizures of heroin, the seizures of marijuana have all increased substantially. What has happened is that with the international community doing a better job against other trafficking routes, the Caribbean in particular, the Colombian cartels are more and more using the landmass to take this cocaine through Mexico into the United States.
I know this is a sensitive issue for you, understandably, but the Mexicans will say, hey, look, there are 4 cases involving 7 DEA agents who have been accused of accepting bribes. Corruption is everywhere when there's this kind of money involved. Is that a fair charge on their part?
I think it's a fair charge for anyone to recognize in the international community that there will be corruption. In the case of the corruption in the Drug Enforcement Administration, unfortunately, there was a minimal amount of corruption which we determined, which we weeded out ourselves. I think that's the important difference between what we have done and what was not done in the case of Kiki Camarena.
Mr. Lawn, we'll ask you to stay right there because I know that you'll be eager to hear the views of our next guest, and that is Charles Rangel. He is someone who has been a vocal critic of the DEA on Capitol Hill, a New York congressman. He's in Hong Kong tonight as part of a congressional study group investigating a big upsurge in U.S. Southeast Asia heroin traffic. Congressman Rangel is chairman of the Narcotics Abuse and Substance Control Committee. Mr. Rangel argues that DEA's involvement with General Noriega, whatever that involvement, may have suited drug policy, but it undermined U.S. foreign policy. Mr. Rangel, you've just returned from Panama, I am told. So let me ask you about the differences between Panama and Mexico. Here we had a DEA agent, Kiki Camarena, killed. A lot of evidence that the corruption went all the way to the top of the Mexican government. Do you think that the United States should have launched some kind of a military operation in Mexico at that time?
No, I don't think they should have. I don't think we have any legal support for the invasion of Panama. But it's an interesting question because, first of all, if it wasn't for the outcry of Jack Lawn, we never would have had the administration's support in the investigation of the murderers of Camarena. But it's interesting. We introduced 24,000 troops into Panama, and Jack Lawn is commissioned as the lead law enforcement agency for drug control, and he has less than 3,000 agents, men and women, in the United States and in 44 countries. The problem we have in losing this so-called war is that we don't have a foreign policy commitment. And Jack Lawn is forced to say that every administration that his agents are allowed to work in are cooperating. There hasn't been a Mexican administration that hasn't allegedly cooperated. And I don't want to take anything away from President Salinas because I do believe that there has been some positive movement. But when you talk about Mexico, you never hear the Secretary of State talk about drugs. You hear them talk about restructuring the debt. You hear them talk about the immigration problem, the trade problems. But Jack Lawn cannot be asked to fight this with less than 3,000 men, and that's our problem.
Charles Rangel is carrying the flag for the DEA here tonight. Does he have a fair point? Would you like to hear the administration foreign policy leaders, the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, the President himself, speak out more strongly, more directly about places like Mexico?
I believe that our President has done that. I believe our Secretary of State has done that. Where we ran into difficulty in the Camarena case is that there were very few lone voices speaking out. Ambassador Gavin in Mexico, our speaking out here in Washington, D.C., but we had too few voices and too few listeners to our cry.
Congressman Rangel, let me ask you, do you think as so-called recreational or casual users of drugs, whoever they happen to be, as they watch this miniseries and think again about the kinds of risks that DEA agents take, not just in this country, but around the world, that it will have any impact on use in this country?
It depends on which group you're talking about. Those that have jobs, those that are working, those that have hope for the future, of course, this should have some impact, that they realize that it's no such thing as casual use, that as the demand increases, they're jeopardizing the lives of our law enforcement agents in the United States and around the world. But when you have groups of people that have no jobs, no homes, and no hope for the future, then, of course, this does not have the same priority of concern. To fight the war, we have to really get at the causes of demand as well as have effective foreign policy and domestic policy.
Briefly, Congressman Rangel, there's some thought about putting U.S. warships off Colombia. Do you think that's a good idea?
Only if we have the cooperation and support of Colombia, the Organization of American States. You bet your life we have to use our resources to fight these drug lords that really have more than most people have, most countries have at their ability to fight this war. But again, Jack Lawn has 2,800 agents, and we have more Capitol policemen protecting us on Capitol Hill than he has fighting this war around the world.
Congressman Rangel in Hong Kong, where it's early in the morning, thank you very much. Jack Lawn, here at the DEA, thank you as well. One theme, of course, of the Camarena case was the growing suspicion that at the time there was a web of corruption that spanned all the way from Mexican state police at local levels to the very highest levels of the Mexican government, frustrating the DEA efforts to find the real killers. Mexican authorities then and now continue to deny any kind of a cover-up, saying that the miniseries overshadows significant progress that has been made against trafficking in that country. Well, that's a subject that we'll get into tomorrow evening when we return after part 2 of the drug wars. I'll see you tomorrow night on NBC Nightly News. Until then, I'm Tom Brokaw, NBC News. Good night.
I'm Bryant Gumbel. This week on Today, we'll look into the key issues facing women in the 90s. Also, Miriam Makeba, Melissa Gilbert, and actor Ron Silver. This week on Today.
Tomorrow, battered women fighting for their lives and against a bureaucratic system that is failing them. I'm Tom Brokaw, the first of a two-part series.
A world premiere miniseries based on a true story.
There may be no more dangerous job in the world these days than being an undercover agent for the United States Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, the federal agency which is at war with ruthless drug dealers around the world. Tonight, one of those undercover agents is missing.
Kiki Camarena was at the front line in the war on drugs in Guadalajara.
Maybe we just push it a little further, huh?
And has gotten too close to the cartel.
In abducting an American agent off the streets in broad daylight.
Everything that can be done will be done, Mrs. Camarena.
How to take on a drug lord in his own territory.
Bring better weapons, not toys!
And save the life of Kiki Camarena.
Don't let my husband become a number.
Elizabeth Peña, Craig T. Nelson, Treat Williams, and Stephen Bauer in Drug Wars, the Camarena Story. Last night on Drug Wars.
Welcome to Guadalajara.
Kiki Camarena, a U.S. drug enforcement agent.
Waging war against the billionaire drug lord.
Sent to fight the flow of drugs into America at the source.
We take their money and we steal a little bit of their soul.
I'll take all their dope and all their money.
Kiki's family and his wife Mika have been partners in the struggle.
You always stand by me.
You're the only thing I know of life.
They chose to endure a tour of duty in a place where the drug lords own all the police and all the power money can buy.
We need a guarantee, no messing around with our production. We want protection from Mexico City.
Why do you do it? Why do you take the money?
They come into your office with AK-47, $100,000 cash money on the desk. And they say, you want the lead or you want the silver? Me? I take the money.
DEA agents placed in Mexico with no power, outspent, outnumbered, and outgunned.
And we're just way out in front. There's nobody behind us. Maybe we just push it a little further, huh?
This time, they were going for the big one.
Probably the biggest case the DEA's ever had in Mexico.
I never asked you to do something like this, and it's gonna be dangerous.
Let's do business.
Kiki was weaving his way through the network of the ruthless cartel.
I set up a buy here, take delivery there, and I bust his ass there.
These are evil people, senor.
A mistake can get you killed.
A dangerous mission.
That's it.
That paid off big.
The DEA-inspired raid on Zaragoza. The Mexicans call it the war with results.
The bust of the century.
Tell me why. Shouldn't I kill you right here, right now? Wasn't me! The Gringo Drug Enforcement Agency.
I start all over again tonight. I'll see you in the morning. I love you very much.
And then, the unthinkable.
Comandante wants to see you.
Well, I can't go right now. I'm late for lunch.
Oh, no compa. It's serious.
All right, you help me move the truck, I'll follow you.
Oh, he's in a big hurry. You come with us, okay?
Okay, you give me a lift?
Yeah, bring it back.
I gotta make a phone call, though,
Okay, you're calling for the Comandante's house. Make him pay for it.
What's this guy think?
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Camarena. He's gonna have a talk, okay?
You believe this? No.
Isolated and alone.
Where the hell is everybody?
Two men in a futile search and one American agent missing in action in the Drug Wars.
What the hell is going on?
We got 5 agents coming in tonight, Harley.
How'd you get here so fast?
Came military.
Harley, Master just called. They won't let him come back. So what we got?
Well, we got the members of the cartel. They're all possible suspects. But then on the other hand, it could have been some hot dog off the street, you know, they had in for Kiki. Hopefully it's the latter, because I'll tell you something. You're gonna be a lot better off if he's in the hands of some amateurs.
You got security from Mika and the kids?
Yeah, we do. We got consulate security, but that's a good point. I'll tell you something. From now on, that's gonna be your job, all right? Now, I want a 24-hour surveillance on the house. I want a close watch on everyone in the family, and I don't want anyone going outside by themselves. I don't want them to be alone.
All right, this kid needs to see you. He knows you.
Yeah, it's Jose, Zavala's son. What's up, kid?
My father is missing, Harley.
What?
We thought maybe he had his life, but then we were told some man pushed him into a car at the airport and took him away.
When?
Yesterday.
Okay, listen, Jose, we're gonna find your dad, all right? Kiki's missing too, and we're gonna look for them both. Now listen, I want you to go home, and I want you to take care of your mom. And I'll call you as soon as I hear something.
Okay.
That's right.
Carson here.
Hey, Harley, anything? Hang on. Hey, everybody shut up. Hang on a second. Quiet down. Yeah.
We got some bad news on this end. Another man has been kidnapped at the same time.
Zavala, he's the pilot that flew Kiki over Zaragoza. Ray, listen.
For it to be two of them means it was a planned operation. It means that Kiki and Zavala are in the hands of the traffickers. Now listen, it's been 33 hours. There's been no note, no demand, no negotiations, no nothing.
Ray, they coordinated
In abducting an American agent off the streets in broad daylight.
Dad? What do they make Bondo out of? Do we have to stay in the whole car? Well, it says 135R by 13. What does the R mean?
Announcing a new generation of owner satisfaction. We're so sure you'll love your new Oldsmobile, we'll let you return it within 30 days or 1,500 miles if you don't. Who else does that? Unlike some warranties, Oldsmobiles covers just one part. This is the part. Oldsmobile now offers roadside assistance around the clock, even in places where there aren't any clocks. The Oldsmobile Edge, there's nothing else like it.
The bravest men
Ain't no dream.
are those with something to prove.
They gotta know that nobody's gonna let them fight.
And nothing to lose.
Someday they're gonna let the 54 get into it.
Matthew Broderick,
We'll be ready, sir.
Denzel Washington,
Come on!
Carrie Elways,
Ready!
Morgan Freeman. Glory, rated R. Starts Friday at a theater near you.
That's me, Christina Ferrari, after I had my baby. Since then, I lost 25 pounds in 3 months with the Ultra Slim Fast plan. It was easy. Ultra Slim Fast is really delicious and satisfying. I'd have a thick chocolate shake for breakfast, another for lunch, then a great dinner. I love Ultra Slim Fast. It gave me back my figure, and I feel great. Now the only baby fat in this family is on the baby.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Who are the brightest kids in America? Moms rated Thicker Vivid higher than Clorox 2 for making colors and whites look cleaner. So who are the brightest kids in America?
Mine are.
Don't just get them clean, get them Vivid.
24 hours a day, only one card gives you 100% fiber optic sound quality and rates that are lower than AT&T. The phone card from U.S. Sprint. To get yours free without changing phone companies, call Sprint now.
Yes, sir. Right. I'll get back to you on that.
Tom. Good morning.
Mr. Mullen's in his office too, Jack.
Thanks a lot, Tony.
Okay.
Portago Diaz.
Yes, Mr. Portago. Listen, sir, it seems that our officers in Guadalajara went directly to the Federales and the Jalisco State Police as soon as they realized that the agent was missing. But it sounds like all of Jalisco was out of town at the same time at a policeman's convention or something.
Well, the criminals in Jalisco keep the police very busy. You weren't able to contact anyone?
No, sir. We haven't received any acknowledgement, no communication, nothing whatsoever from the local authorities. Nothing.
That's scandalous. I'll investigate and demand the full report, Senor Mullen.
But I'll do that later. The most important thing is to get you the help you need.
And get it immediately.
Mr. Portago, we're working against the clock here, so at this point we need support.
It's on the way. We will do everything possible to find your missing officer and punish those responsible.
Thank you, Mr. Portago. I knew that we can depend on you. Thank you very much. Bueno.
Right.
Marines have landed.
All right, I'll call you right back.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Mexico's finest. Check it out.
El señor Steinmetz, por favor.
Howdy. Harley Steinmetz, resident agent in charge, Guadalajara.
Mucho gusto. I am Primer Comandante Armando Pavon-Reyes of the Federales. These are my officers. Lieutenant Gomez, Lieutenant Espinosa, Lieutenant Ayala.
It's a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. I'd like you to meet my men.
We have come from Mexico City on the personal orders of Portago Diaz, the counselor of our cabinet. In response to your director Mullen, to work with our American friends, to do everything possible, todo lo posible, to rescue Enrique Camarena.
All right. Why don't we go to my office and we'll talk about it? I know my men are just in much a hurry as you are. As you know, the first 72 hours of a disappearance are pretty crucial, and Camarena's been gone 48 hours.
We will need help with transportation. We have only the 2 trucks that brought us here.
All right, check with the rental agencies, get us 10 or 15 cars, all right?
Los radios. Senores, this is not Washington, D.C.
Right, it sure is. And I tell you what, check with the embassy, see if you can get us some spare radios. That's transportation, that's radios. Well, right now, we got a list of the traffickers' addresses. What I'd like to be doing is about kicking down some doors in about 45 minutes. How about you? All right. All right, we just intercepted a radio transmission. Felix Gallardo has apparently ordered a huge shipment of cash sent to the airport.
Right. Gentlemen, it's not a crime in Mexico to take money to an airport.
Felix Gallardo is a major drug trafficker, all right? Now, we got the tail numbers of his airplanes. 2 and 2, I don't know, they add up. It seems to me there's something big going down at the airport.
But we have no authority for this.
Why don't you get some? And then you got a date at the airport.
Are you giving me orders?
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you as politely as I can to give us some help.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
You too. Let's go, Bauer.
Keep an eye on that gentleman, will you? I'm gonna get us some real help.
Where have you been?
I took the train.
What the hell do you mean you took the train?
There were complications.
What complications? No. Kiki has been snatched and you take the train. I don't understand.
I'm here now.
Well, you know, I'd like to know. There were 4 guys in Mexico City here before you.
Tony, come on, huh?
Harley,
George,
brief me on the situation.
it's awfully good to see you. And, Tony, would you brief George on the situation? I'm on my way out.
Glad to do it.
Follow me, sir.
Comandante.
Wait. Buenos días, amigo mío. What can I do for you?
Well, I need your help.
You look tired, though.
Yes. Well, they've assigned me Pavon-Reyes. Pavon-Reyes is a joke. With him leading this rescue attempt, the whole thing's going to turn into a mountain of marshmallow.
Who knows whose man he is? Well, who knows whose man anybody is right now?
Well, you're your own man, and that's why I'm asking you for your help.
You run into politics, Harley. Mexico City and the politics is what I am out to pasture. They do not miss me. Portago Diaz hates my guts.
Why?
Because I won't dance to their kind of music. That's why.
Well, we got to find Kiki now, or it's going to be never. You know, it's coming down to days and hours, minutes.
I have lost men, too. Good cops. I see their faces in my dreams. I wish I could bring them back. I wish I could help you, Sir Kiki. Only 2 of us and my commandos could go kick some ass like we used to, huh? In Mexico City, even if I begged on my hands and knees, wouldn't let me go back to work. No, senor. Buena suerte, Harley.
¡Trucha! ¡No sean tontos! Este avión no vuela hasta que bajen las armas y presenten documentos. Déjenme ver sus papeles. ¡Véngase a platicar! ¿Qué platicar? Ahí está. Este es el último aviso. Comandante. Estoy cansado de este juego. Pásele si gusta. Ahí está dentro.
This plane's not going anywhere till we know who's on it, right?
Don't worry, amigo. Shoot out the wheels if necessary. Senor, you will have to wait. Well, my men and I investigate. Indicación, por favor.
¡Ojo! ¡Póngase trucha! ¡Póngase trucha!
So what's happening? I don't know yet.
Ponte listo.
Is it let's make a deal?
Muchas gracias por tu cooperación.
You don't think, mi joven? If that guy's not central casting, I'm Santa Claus. Look at this. Oh, what? We invisible? Wait a minute, what's going on here?
Those men are CFS. Officers of the Federal Security Commission. They're like your CIA.
Oh, come on. What about the punk with all the gold? He's like off a trafficker recruitment post.
I will call Mexico City for instructions.
I gotta know who you're calling.
Foreigners are not allowed to enter this area, senor.
communication center for the U.S.-Mexican drug eradication program. It was paid for by us.
Those are my orders. Excuse me.
It's a good start.
¡Va en guardia!
No!
You letting him fly out? You and I both know what's going on around here, and you're just letting him fly away.
We made a mistake. We let them get too big.
Chacho! Next time, bring better weapons, not toys! Ciao!
Open the door.
No! No way!
Open the door.
Pavon-Reyes gave the plane a green light.
Wait a minute, did you see who was on the plane?
Yeah, with all that gold and militia, he's a dope! A woman got on board. She wasn't happy about it at all. She's about 17 years old, real hot.
That sounds like Mariana Morello.
Yeah, it does.
Caro, Quintero. I thought you said there was a warrant outstanding on this guy.
Well, there is, but Pavon-Reyes let him fly out of here.
Harley.
Dad, I never catch anything.
Here, have a lifesaver.
Can we do this again tomorrow?
Lifesaver's candy. Isn't life delicious?
Feeling good about yourself, feeling carefree. Get full flavor, feeling carefree. Get full flavor, get it all, feeling carefree.
Spearmint and peppermint carefree gum, now with NutraSweet.
4 bells, rise and shine.
I can't move.
Oh, didn't you know sailing was a sport? You know, an active thing?
I don't get it. You're so together already. You smell great.
Must be my secret.
Sporty clean?
It's new.
Sounds like something I could use.
I don't think so. I got it for me for these close quarters.
Well, close is good.
Can't move, huh?
New Sporty Clean Secret. Strong enough for a man, but pH balanced for an active woman.
She knows that looking good without feeling good just isn't good enough. She doesn't just watch her figure. She watches her health. What she eats and what she doesn't eat.
It's why you'll never find butter, tropical oils, chicken fat, or added cream in any Weight Watchers frozen entree. Maybe we should have called them Health Watchers.
It's uncanny how this car turns one person after another into a real driving enthusiast. But that's the magic of Grand Am. Grand Am excitement in your choice of coupe or sedan. Check it out.
Rebuild excitement.
And now with $1,000 cash back, there's no reason to wait.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, will return following these messages.
It's Matlock's devious case.
Human sexuality.
With a philandering professor.
Are you seeing someone else?
They're sleeping with my wife.
And murder.
Pretty explicit stuff.
Matlock, Tuesday. Thursday on L.A. Law.
You steal from me, you answer to me. I can't believe you're doing this. I'm going to fall on Arnold Becker like the wrath of God.
L.A. Law, Thursday.
Better Bodies. 2-for-1 enrollment in January. 2 locations, Main Street and Gateway, Springfield.
Children and adults nationwide are missing. Paintings, videotapes, collector's items, all have been lost or stolen. Huge cash rewards are being offered for their return. You can help. Join Stacy Keach for Missing Reward, and the rewards can be yours.
Sunday afternoon at 4:30, only on KMTR TV.
This is KMTR, TV 16, Eugene, Springfield.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story continues. Starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
I'm here to make sure that everything that can be done will be done, Mrs. Camarena.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mullen. Ricky and I also appreciated your call. It was more than Mr. Gillard thought to do. I don't know why you even bothered to come.
It was nice meeting you.
Yes, well, Enrique, if there's ever a time you have to talk to me, you tell Mr. Steinmetz and I'll be there. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We were supposed to transfer to San Diego in 3 weeks. Kiki wouldn't ask for an expedited transfer. He was worried enough leaving Harley and Tony to handle the work by themselves. No one should be surprised that something like this has happened. Any of us could have been killed at any time. It was in the air, especially after they machine gunned Stephen Matson's car. They seem to be able to get away with anything. They have free run of the city. The man had to go around unarmed because the embassy never pursued getting them diplomatic status. If they carried handguns, they were breaking Mexican law and could be arrested. It was all in Kiki's reports.
I wasn't aware of those reports.
I felt some of the conclusions of the field agents took too narrow a view. In any case.
Mr. Gillard seems to be more concerned about the sensitivities of the Mexican government than he does about the safety of his agents in the field.
Mrs. Camarena, I will look into Kiki's reports, all the reports.
Mr. Mullen, I know the Mexican government can find Kiki if they have the will to do it, and if the orders come from high enough. I want Kiki back. Or I want his body back. If the worst has happened, I want justice. I want his killers found and punished. My sons must not think their father died for nothing. Not for nothing. All I ask is, please, don't let my husband become a number.
Kiki, we're close, huh?
Look, you mean am I personally involved? Absolutely. I mean, it's like they grabbed my brother.
You know, standard procedure, Harley, as I pull you from running this operation, you're frustrated and very angry. How in the hell are you going to maintain objectivity to do this job? Why do you do it?
Because I'm a lawman, sir. I'm a professional. Now, look, I know the territory better than anybody else will. I'm pleading with you. Please, don't take me off the case. Nothing is going to get in the way of doing the best job possible, and I am the only man for the job.
I can depend on that, honey.
Absolutely.
I'll pull you off, you start losing it.
Yes, sir.
All right, call Fuller and get the stake moving on diplomatic immunity so you can be armed. Clean house another time. Right now, I only want to hear about Camarena. How do you see it?
Well, I see it as reaction to Chihuahua and Zaragoza. I mean, anything this big, any way you cut it. The kidnapping of Kiki and Zabala, it couldn't have happened without major collusion. The traffickers had to know about it. That means Ernesto Fonseca, Angel Felix Gillard, Rafael Caro Quintero. That means Ballesteros. That means Coche Loco. That means all of them.
Well, then these are the people we lean on. It's the only rescue strategy there is, right?
Well, sir, we've been trying that, but our problem is Pavon-Reyes.
Any explanation why Pavon-Reyes let Quintero fly out?
No, not at all. But I tell you, you give me someone like Commandante Ventura, I'd have it cleaned up in a minute. I mean, he's ex-head of Interpol.
We asked, they won't assign him. Pavon-Reyes is all we got now, but Mexico City has guaranteed action.
¡Yo a la izquierda! ¡Rápido, rápido! ¡Espera! ¡La puerta! ¡La puerta! ¡Rompe la puerta! ¡Espérate! ¡Cuidado! ¡Cuidado! ¡Cuidado, muchachos! ¡Busquen arriba! ¡Vamos!
Next time, why don't you hire a brass band? You know, you guys are about as subtle as the Soviets invading Prague. I'm telling you, if there's anybody in that house, they'd have heard us a mile away.
We have to alert the other traffic on the road, senor. Who are you to tell us how to do our job?
All right, let's just get on with it. Only next time, save the music, all right?
Steinmetz. Yeah. This is the last house without search warrants. What?
What do you mean search warrant?
Search warrants, senor. We will need search warrants.
Come on. The time I've been in Mexico, I've never known a federale or a state policeman to need a search warrant.
Absolutely, senor. Those are my orders.
No cars, no radios, no search warrants.
Want to know something? We're trying to make some progress, and you're really not helping us very much, are you?
My friend, we are under a strict directive. Everything we do must be legal and must be clear with Portago Diaz or the Attorney General's office first.
Why don't we just forget the directives? We're trying to find a man.
You don't think we lose men every single day?
One of your men stays out late one night, and you come down here like you are Batman? How do you know he was kidnapped? The man is probably sunning his ass on a beach in Miami with his girlfriend.
Hey! Maybe you should keep your men quiet.
Why? Maybe what they say is the truth. And maybe you should listen.
No, you tell us the truth. Who signed your bonus checks?
Who paid you to let Caro Quintero fly away?
You? You slander my reputation?
You do one hell of a job of that all on your own.
Come on, let's go.
Come on, Harley.
Come on. There we go.
Yeah, I don't want to talk on the phone. Listen, I'm at the local. Just get here fast. I think we got our first witness.
All right, I'll be there. Let's go. Come on.
Senor, los
¿Los viste? Sí, eran dos policías enfrente del consulado de los Estados Unidos.
¿En uniforme o civil?
Civil, con armas. Sí, 4 hombres y un Volkswagen Atlantic.
Okay, 4 men in a VW Atlantic, and they're struggling. Now, maybe I didn't ask him right. I asked him if he reported it.
No, he said the same thing to me.
Is he sure, though? ¿Estás seguro?
Sí, estoy seguro. Yo los conozco. Trajeron armas grandes.
Oh, yeah, he recognized
It was the police, man.
And what is your field of expertise, Mr. McDonald?
Public relations.
Oh, and you know that the public prefers the taste of Kentucky nuggets to your chicken McNuggets by almost 3 to 1. And that your McChicken sandwich isn't made with the Colonel's blend of 11 herbs and spices.
Yes, sir.
Yet you still sell chicken?
We do.
We? Who are your accomplices?
Captain Crook and the Hamburglar.
Taste our best. $1.99 for the Colonel's chicken sandwich and fries, or Kentucky nuggets and fries.
Cadillac announces 2 ways to begin a prosperous new year. Number 1, lease a Cadillac sedan DeVille for as little as $389 a month. Special smart lease terms are also available on other Cadillacs. Number 2, your Cadillac dealer can pass along generous factory-to-dealer incentives when you purchase a new Cadillac by January 31st. But act promptly, because while the new year will last 12 months, these outstanding offers will not.
It's easy to clean your front teeth, but to really clean those hard-to-reach back teeth, you can either get a flip-top head or get a Reach toothbrush. It's called Reach because it has an angled neck to reach right to the back teeth for 51% cleaner teeth than the other leading brush. So, to really clean those hard-to-reach back teeth, either get a flip-top head or get Reach.
When people first see Airwick Crystal Air air freshener, they say,
Ooh.
But Crystal Air works so beautifully in places where you have the toughest odors. After that, it's ah in the kitchen, ah in the bathroom. Crystal Air works beautifully.
To keep fit, you need exercise and a balanced diet. Vegetables help balance your diet, and 1 glass of delicious V8 juice provides a serving of vegetables.
Better serve him a V8.
Drink V8. Keep your diet straight.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, will return following these messages.
She claimed it was the car of the future, but the car was a scam.
The vehicle just absolutely did not exist.
And she was a con man. Now, see the startling update, how viewers solve this unsolved mystery, plus a brutal killing, a police cover-up, and new evidence buried for 50 years.
These are high-priority cases.
An all-new Unsolved Mystery, Wednesday.
Good evening, I'm Kathy Randall. Coming up tonight on KMTR News at 11, Western Oregon braces for another storm after extensive damage from high winds and heavy rains gnawed through the region last night. Eugene Mayor Jeff Miller delivers his State of the City address, complete with a controversial proposal intended to revitalize the sagging downtown area. And the Space Shuttle Columbia remains on its launch pad tonight. Details on all these stories and much more on KMTR News at 11.
Better Bodies. 2-for-1 enrollment in January. 2 locations, Main Street and Gateway, Springfield.
Romania Hyundai used cars, lots of choices, special low prices.
Right now at Romania Hyundai, a great car. This 1988 Hyundai Excel 4-door sedan, $109 down, $109 a month.
Need something a little bigger? This 89 Pontiac Le Mans from Romania Hyundai. $129 down and $129 a month.
Price is good this week only at Romania Hyundai Valley River Auto Complex. Lots of cars at the lowest prices anywhere. Our prices make sense.
You don't have to feel guilty if your kids use alcohol, okay? You don't have to feel guilty if they smoke pot. You don't even have to feel guilty if they use cocaine, crack, or speed. But if you suspect, even for a moment, that your children are using any of these things and you do nothing about it, then you have something to feel guilty about.
Call the Sacred Heart Adolescent Recovery Program. We can help.
The following may shock you. Get down! Because Night Court contains high levels of laughter.
Oh, baby, you know what I like.
And potentially toxic slapstick.
Oh, my God, no!
Night Court, dangerously funny.
Join the fun weeknights at 7:30 only on KMTR TV.
This is KMTR, TV 16, Eugene, Springfield.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story continues. Starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
Mr. Steinmetz, can you answer a few questions?
I don't have any comment. The only press releases come from Washington, all right?
There is great activity and concern in Guadalajara over missing DEA agent Enrique Camarena, now feared kidnapped by drug traffickers right here outside the American consulate.
Your witness is sure.
Yeah, state police. Now, see, that would fit, because a lot of times they serve as muscle to the traffickers.
What are the federales doing?
Well, we're going through the motions. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of daylight between what Mexico City has guaranteed you and what they're delivering.
Portago Diaz was sincerely sent ex-premier Comandante Florentino Ventura.
Any progress of any kind?
Well, no arrests. The only interrogations we've done have been by our own people on our own initiative. We are nowhere. And where the hell does that put Kiki?
The president is, of course, aware of the Camarena situation. Do you know how personally he feels about these things? He would send in the Marines if he could.
But he's not going to.
Mr. Long, we understand your concerns for your agents. Our hearts go out to Mrs. Camarena and those children.
We appreciate those concerns, but my main concern is what's going to be done.
We have to consider the full spectrum of the issues. Now, Mexico is our third largest trading partner. Mexico's an integral part of our Latin American foreign policy vis-a-vis Cuba and Nicaragua. Mexican sensitivities are important to us in so many ways. So State has helped to draft a note which the president is going to send to President de la Madrid of Mexico, stating his concern and thanking the president for his personal interest in this case.
Sir, a U.S. federal agent has been abducted, kidnapped. We suspect by Mexican policemen in the pay of drug traffickers. And you're sending a note?
We think it is the proper signal.
Signal? This requires a baseball bat, not a signal.
Jack, I know what you're trying to say, but there's something you should consider. I'm in a better position to do something outrageous. Jack, I'm retiring in 2 weeks. I can take the heat from Washington, but you've got to be careful. You've got to stay here and deal with the bureaucracy.
The hell with bureaucracy. If I can't speak up when one of my men is in trouble, I won't be able to look at myself in the mirror.
You know, Washington's going to go nuts. What we're about to do is an anathema.
But they're closing us down in Mexico. And our foreign policy and the national trade agenda are closing us down in Washington. As usual, we're alone. We've got nowhere to go, and we're out of time. I'm beginning to really understand what our guys in Mexico have been going through.
All right.
To be kidnapped by other policemen, doubtlessly in the pay of traffickers, it's turned the world of drug enforcement upside down.
And how would you characterize the Mexican government's anti-drug campaign?
Failure as well as phony. When our efforts really started to hurt, or when it looked as though we might be getting too close to the major traffickers, they backed off. To put things in perspective, there hasn't been a major trafficker arrested in Mexico for the past 8 years.
Well, this is the last thing I want to do. Better watch your back, Harley. These guys leech up if they can, you know?
The State Department hadn't listened to us for 10 years. Maybe this will get their attention.
Well, if you go in the air with this thing, Gilliard's going to put you on the next bus to Laredo. You know that, don't you?
Oh, hell, Tony, my career's been over anyway. You know, I poked my finger in Gilliard's eye too many times already.
You want me to go with you?
Would be my date?
Anytime.
This is the Minute Story Bro.
Harley Steinmetz, I'm resident agent in charge in Guadalajara.
What do you think
Mr. Steinmetz, have you found... The top item on the agenda for both the State Department and the White House is Nicaragua, keeping the Mexican government from tilting toward the Sandinistas. The Treasury's afraid Mexico will default on the $25 billion it owes American banks. DEA's concerns seem pretty far down the list. Where is the war on drugs, Mr. Steinmetz? And if Guadalajara really is the front line, how come we only have 4 soldiers here?
Well, we finally got ourselves a good question.
La voz de Guadalajara. Senor Steinmetz, what kind of evidence does DEA have that top-level people in the government are involved in the drug trade?
Well, the street value of the Sensimilla destroyed at Chihuahua was $2.5 billion U.S. And, well, we destroyed about 5,000 to 10,000 tons of marijuana. That's tons. Now, Carl Quintero probably had $20 million of his own money, his own cash invested in this deal. And it's pretty obvious that the traffickers, they can't operate at this kind of level without owning a piece of the government at some high level. That's because the local cops, see, they just can't guarantee protection.
What about the military and the Federal Security Commission?
Our reporting suggests extensive collaboration with the traffickers.
Well, we don't have access to wiretaps, we don't have access to bank accounts, but I don't know, I'd say you're on the right track.
One of the suspects, one of the traffickers involved in the kidnapping, was spotted in an aircraft leaving Guadalajara Saturday night. He was stopped by the Mexican police and then allowed to leave.
What's his name?
His name is Rafael Caro Quintero. Now, that's it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Deputy Willie Von Raub, Customs on the secure line.
Conference is now over. Sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Nowhere. All we're getting is stiffed in Mexico and sideswiped here with agendas and policies.
No surprise to me, but it certainly is an outrage.
Willie, I really need some help from Customs. I really do.
Listen, just tell me what you want, anything, and you've got it.
Relativo a la desaparición del agente americano Enrique Camarena. Reportes de San Isidro indican que los esfuerzos...
This bone grab is making us look like fools. It plays right into the hands of the opposition parties. They're all over the news today is screaming about corruption. We're already in trouble with the governor's races in the north, and now this. What farm workers' march? Smash it, but be careful. There is too damn many television cameras around.
U.S. Customs agents are continuing their intensive search for an American narcotics agent who was kidnapped in Guadalajara, Mexico, more than a week ago. But Mexican officials today criticized one part of the search, the detailed inspection of cars entering the United States from Mexico.
Since Friday, motorists at the busiest border crossing, that's San Isidro near San...
It's all being done for Dad. Does that make him famous?
Something a lot more useful and famous. That makes him important.
Yeah.
Caray, este camello como que respinga muy fuerte.
Sí, amigo, pero en el desierto no podría sobrevivir sin él.
Sí, pero ya me tiene bien mareado.
Para que no te marees, ¿por qué no viajas por un río pacífico como el Nilo?
¿Y se puede viajar lejos por el Nilo?
Mira el mapa. El Nilo es el río más largo del mundo, 6.400 kilómetros.
El río más largo del mundo. 6.400.
Agentes aduaneros estadounidenses han detenido vehículos a lo largo de la frontera mexicana desde California hasta Texas en un esfuerzo para encontrar al agente federal que ha sido secuestrado y a un grupo de terroristas colombianos.
Algunos de los vehículos en cuestión fueron detenidos durante 9 horas en la frontera que cuenta 1.700 millas de largo.
That's me, Tommy Lasorda, before I lost 30 pounds in 3 months with the Ultra Slim Fast plan. Now, that was last June, and the big news is I haven't gained an ounce back. The plan is easy. I had a delicious shake for breakfast, one for lunch, and then a sensible dinner. I feel great, and I'm never going to look like this again. Hey, if I can do it, you can do it.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Sometimes I dream I'm in Italy, driving this incredible sports car. And my boss is there. He says,
"We need a ride to the shareholders meeting."
Now, here's where it gets weird. The sports car has 4 doors. I mean, there's no such thing as a 4-door sports car. It's just a dream, right?
When you got it right, you got it right. Whether you're talking about this, or whether you're talking about the one and only Diet Cola that does it for Ray, Diet Pepsi. You know, nothing tastes as good to me as Diet Pepsi. All right, now who is the wise guy?
New Diet Pepsi with 100% NutraSweet, the taste that beats Diet Coke.
Introducing Advanced Action Whisk. Ring around the collar was just the beginning.
Disc, disc, disc. Whisk, whisk, whisk. Disc, disc, disc. Whisk, whisk, whisk.
New Whisk gets out stains better than ever. Cleans your whole wash better than ever. Ring around the collar was just the beginning.
Disc, disc, disc.
It's the best whisk ever. New Advanced Action.
Whisk, whisk, whisk.
Wednesday on a new unsolved mystery, a brutal killing, a police cover-up, and new evidence that lay buried for 50 years.
It's very suspicious.
On Night Court, Bull buddies up with a billionaire.
I want to be Jordan's friend, too.
And on My Two Dads, Nicole wants to be a biker babe.
He's out on a date with Chopper.
Then on Quantum Leap,
I'm a mommy.
He's not our mommy.
Sam's a single mom with a teenager headed for disaster.
Are you a virgin?
What am I going to do, Al?
Wednesday. Hi, I'm John LaRoquette, and I'm an alcoholic. Alcohol is a drug, spreading through our schools like wildfire, and abusing it can do terrible things to you. It can wreck your friendships, can make you a liar, can make you a thief, can make you dead. And the more you know about alcoholism, the more you know it can happen to anyone. I know. It almost killed me.
If they're smart, they'll keep Camarena disappeared. They could generate this information. He ran away with money to Rio. We've got him undercover. They could Vegas out forever. We can't let that happen.
Then I've got to find a way to convince them that their only way out of this mess is to produce them.
That's the trick.
That's the trick.
It's a great tragedy about the disappearance of your agent.
And Zavala.
Zavala? Zavala was a traitor. We are not interested in him.
I thought he was a soldier in the war on drugs, Oswaldo.
There are also strong nationalistic feelings about these issues, such as our banditos are just that. Ours, not yours.
So why aren't you catching yours?
Some of our younger officers are reluctant due to their fear of the traffickers.
So, Aldo, who's running this country, you or a bunch of gun-happy banditos from Sinaloa?
Policemen fighting the narcotraficantes disappeared. A few weeks ago, 4 federales, family men like Camarena, were ambushed near Colima. We accept the consequences. Are their lives worth less than one American?
Absolutely not. But Americans don't like unsolved mysteries, unresolved issues. I think the extreme media reaction has to do, Oswaldo, with not knowing what happened to him.
And what if he's never found?
My country's still reacting to the Vietnam War MIAs. Missing in action. They think of Camarena the same way. See, Oswaldo, there's something about missing in action where somebody's gone and you don't know what happened. It's like an open wound. It upsets people terribly. But I believe if Camarena were found tomorrow, if we knew what happened, we would celebrate his homecoming or mourn our loss, and then we would go on with our lives.
Hold it. You can wait here. I need to see the I can't. You can just wait right here. Harley?
Tony, it's all right, thanks.
Buenos dias.
Howdy.
We have received an anonymous note about where Senor Camarena is being held.
Well, now, we've got an awful lot of anonymous tips, and none of them was worth a damn.
We have great reason to believe this note is authentic. He's being held in Michoacán, at the Rancho El Mareno, owned by a man named Manuel Bravo. As you can see, the writer says they have seen Camarena there. But if he is not alive, his body will be found in the orchard.
Well, I never heard anybody call Bravo or their connection to traffickers, and tell me something, what's this mean, if he's alive?
Senor Manuel Bravo Cervantes is a rancher and a politician. But we have confidential information that he is also an arms trafficker. We will assault the ranch tomorrow. We leave at 8 in the morning. We take this note very seriously. And we believe Camarena will be there. Adios.
Now, wait a minute. Where the hell is everybody?
Gone. Gone? The troops left 2 hours ago, senor.
Now, wait a minute. We're told to be here at 8 o'clock. A las ocho, and it's a quarter till. Now, where the hell are they?
A helicopter is taking Los Periodistas to Michoacán. You may go with them if you like.
Oh, Los Periodistas. What reporters?
The one's going to Michoacán. Will the senores care for some coffee while you wait?
No. Usually you can't get these guys out their butts, and today they're early? Damn, tell me Pavon-Reyes can have something to do with this. on the inside. Looks like a hit. Lady and the man. Not now. Get out of here.
Señor Comandante, please tell us what is happening here in your own words.
Unfortunately, the family did not respect our orders to surrender and began to shoot. Our men were forced to fire in self-defense. During the battle, the women came in a car full of ammunition. They have been arrested and are now under questioning. Regrettably, we have lost one Federal, Jorge Escobar, from Sinaloa, who died a brave man in service of his country.
What about Camarena?
No, senor, we did not find Camarena.
All right, when are your men going to search the orchard?
My men are busy. They are policemen, not farmers.
What are these news photographers doing here, huh? What do they want? Did you set this thing up? How about the reporters? What are you looking for, huh? We've had dozens of tips, all of them been worthless, and yet you couldn't wait to be here. You tell me what. No, I mean it. I get tired of you lying to me, Commandante. This whole thing stinks.
You remember you are a guest in this country.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, that's right.
You raided and shot these people and killed them.
To be here.
And they're innocent, man. Okay, you tell them. I'll tell you something. You tell them. You tell the news people how Senora Bravo got shot in the back, huh? Right ahead. Why don't you ask questions? Go talk to him. Ask him how she got shot in the back. Ask him. Hey, Commandante, how'd that happen? Tony, let's go home.
Different ways, you pick the best of every day. Lean on, lean cuisine.
If today's leaner, smarter way of eating sounds really good, count on us to make it all taste even better. That's Lean Cuisine. That's Stouffer's.
Always lean towards the best. Lean on, lean cuisine.
Are you motivated?
Hello?
Enterprising?
Why don't you take a look at that?
Overworked?
I'm on my way.
Pulled in many directions?
I know.
Do you suffer from stress headaches?
Mom!
Then you're the type A3 personality. For your stress headaches, there's A3. Maximum strength Anacin 3. Why 3? It's aspirin-free for your stomach, caffeine-free for your nerves, and it's sodium-free. A3. Anacin 3. Stress headache relief for the type A3 personality.
I like rich, creamy tasting things. But I also like to stay away from cholesterol and saturated fat. I found a smart new way to do both. New Coffee Mate Liquid Non-Dairy Creamer. All the rich, creamy taste of half and half, but 75% less saturated fat and no cholesterol in coffee, over fruit, or cereal. Coffee Mate Liquid is a smart new way to have the taste you like without the fat and cholesterol you don't.
Rich, creamy, and smart. New Coffee Mate Liquid from Carnation in your grocer's dairy case.
Now, here's a perfect fit. A nice big sandwich in a Ziploc pleated sandwich bag. The only one with a zipper and a pleat to hold more. A zipper and a pleat. That's what this dress needs.
Put your trust in a Ziploc bag.
The Do Not Disturb vacation. The first time we met Mike and Rita vacation. Philip, there are people watching vacation. The Royal Caribbean vacation. It's all here.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story will return following these messages.
In a town where the rich bought simple pleasures,
You're not from here, are you?
a sex scandal rocked their world.
There were male prostitutes at this hell spot.
And it led to murder.
She's gonna get away with it.
One woman can expose the truth.
Man does what he has to do.
Like murdering his wife?
And it might get her killed. A riveting murder mystery, Blue Bayou, next Monday.
McDonald's is throwing a birthday party right now for everyone who happens to have a birthday this year. This party won't have some of the things birthday parties normally do. See, we're expecting a few billion guests. There will, however, be presents. Regular hamburgers for 49 cents and cheeseburgers for 59 cents. But this party won't last forever. So hurry in for your birthday burgers now. And please, come properly attired.
Good news. The Oregon Associated Press has selected KMTR News at 11 as the best television news program in Southwest Oregon. Join the award-winning news team of Kathy Randall and Al Peterson for a comprehensive look at today's news. Plus, catch all the late-breaking sports stories and scores with Brian Lamb. And keep track of the area's ever-changing weather with meteorologist Joseph Calbreth. When you need to know, turn to KMTR News weeknights at 11. It's the best news you'll get all day.
I am Al Peterson. Coming up tonight on KMTR News at 11, a transient is found dead under a bridge in downtown Eugene. Now, police say they doubt any foul play was involved, but witnesses suggest the man may have been sick for days before he died. A Springfield woman is arrested on charges of drunken driving after a serious collision tonight. A woman and her infant daughter were hospitalized in that crash. And 2 fires here in Eugene tonight. One forces the evacuation of one section of a nursing home. Join us for KMTR News at 11 o'clock.
Better Bodies. 2-for-1 enrollment in January. 2 locations, Main Street and Gateway, Springfield.
KMTR TV, Eugene, Springfield.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story continues. Starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
Hay un gran número de enviados especiales de cadenas televisivas norteamericanas. Los cuerpos llegaron en evidente estado de putrefacción, quizá de 4 o 5 días de haber muerto. Daba a entender.
No! No!
Encontraron los cuerpos.
Why was it necessary to call in FBI forensic experts to identify Camarena and Zaba?
So we can make a positive ID from the dental records of the remains to see the bodies were very decomposed.
Well, Comandante Pavon-Reyes said the bodies are Camarena and Zavala.
Well, I'm one of Kiki's best friends, and I couldn't tell. You know, I'd kind of like to ask Comandante Pavon-Reyes how the hell he could be so sure that the corpses were the remains of Camarena and Zavala. Huh? How'd you know it was Kiki, Comandante?
Comandante, do you have a comment on that?
Come on, we're all waiting for your answer. How the hell did you know?
Sir, did you identify them immediately? Was there some forensic evidence that you could share with them?
One question, sir. Could I...
Horrible. No, no ocupe, señor. Óigame.
That was a Kiki.
How bad? What does it mean what they did?
One moment. Could you just excuse us for a minute? Un momento, por favor. Please, come on.
For the tribute, please?
His body was extensively violated, Mr. Steinmetz. His skull alone was like broken eggshell.
The remains that we examined are those of the agent Enrique Camarena and Alfredo Zavala Avelar. Both men were brutally tortured and murdered. My condolences, Mr. Gillard. There'll be no further announcement at this time.
Sir, exactly where were the bodies? Do you have any...
him. Thanks.
I'm sorry for you, too.
This is one of the saddest days for this agency I can ever recall. A friend, a comrade, a brother has been lost, betrayed by other lawmen whom he trusted. We're not going to forget that. However long it takes, it is going to be a priority to bring his killers and their co-conspirators to justice. Now it's time for him to come home.
Mr. Lund called. He spoke to Ricky, too. May I have this?
Sure.
I remember how happy Kiki was that day. He wouldn't stop talking about how he had busted the biggest marijuana plantation he had ever seen. You would have thought he had broken the bank at Monte Carlo. Three more weeks. That was all. Why couldn't they have left us alone? We're going to have the mass at Our Lady of Guadalupe in Calexico. It's the same church Kiki and I were married in. I remember after Stephen's car was machine gunned, I remember how afraid I was. But Kiki said, you can't run away from it. If you can't face it, you might as well do something else. I borrowed courage from him. Where do I get my courage from now?
Enrique Camarena went to Mexico to fight the international drug trade, and in the end, it killed him.
Today, Kiki Camarena returned to the United States. Full military honors.
Because grace and mercy are with his holy ones, and his care is with his elect.
In Ecclesiastes, we're reminded that to everything there is a season, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn. For all of us here who worked with Kiki, who knew him, who loved him, this is a season out of time.
Our brother has gone to his rest in the peace of Christ. With faith and hope in eternal life, let us commend him to the loving mercy of our Father and assist him with our prayers.
Dios mío, ¿por qué, mis hijitos?
So much. Now he's free as the wind.
I hate diets, but I lost weight fast with Weight Watchers' new program. And I hate starving myself. But with their new fast and flexible program, I don't have to. The new food plan lets me live the way I want. Eat with my family and friends, still have fun. And in no time, here I am. Now there's only one thing I hate, not joining Weight Watchers sooner.
Come on in to a light, sunny freshness from Downey.
Come on in to Sunrise Fresh. Light, sunny, Downey feeling.
It's like hanging your wash in the sunshine. Sunrinse Downey with the fluffiest softness. You can see Downey softens best.
Come on in, smell the sunshine. Light, sunny, Sunrise Fresh.
Downey, April Fresh and light Sunrinse Fresh too.
Come on into the sunshine.
On December 6th, my brother's family had a fire. Thank goodness no one was hurt. But the next day, the clothing we found was a soggy black mess. I didn't even think Tide could get it clean. But it did. Though I couldn't save everything, Tide worked wonders. Thanks, Doris Pickard.
No detergent can clean all clothes dirtied in a fire, but Tide can clean lots of things you think are impossible. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide.
Let's all have a feel-good night. I know a little sizzle to feel alright. You get a steak and we'll have a bite. Have a real good, feel-good, real food night. A burger on a bun would be some fun. You really ought to go out and get you some. Get me near a steak and I'll tell you I'm ready for a real good, feel-good time. A real good, feel-good, real food time.
Beef, real
Real food for real people. Wednesday on a new unsolved mystery, a brutal killing, a police cover-up, and new evidence that lay buried for 50 years.
It's very suspicious.
On Night Court, Bull buddies up with a billionaire.
I want to be Jordan's friend, too.
And on My Two Dads, Nicole wants to be a biker babe.
He's out on a date with Chopper.
Then on Quantum Leap,
I'm a mommy.
He's not our mommy.
Sam's a single mom with a teenager headed for disaster.
Are you a virgin?
What am I going to do, Al? Wednesday. If he doesn't open up on Atanasio right away, it means he's having second thoughts about his end of the deal. Give me a sign, and I'll threaten to enhance the conspiracy charge with illegal possession of a sawed-off shotgun.
Ray, Mr. Lund wants you to call right away.
Jack Lawn's office, please.
Who's calling, please?
It's Ray Carson.
How's tricks, Ray?
Fine, Jack.
How'd you like to travel to a foreign country to run a homicide investigation at the peril of your life, with no power whatsoever to collect evidence, subpoena witnesses, or arrest anybody?
How soon can I leave?
Item 6. The bodies were found exposed and covered by only a few inches of dirt. No animal or insect bites were on the remains. The bodies had been moved from a deep grave burial site to the location where they were found. Item 7. Soil samples taken from the bodies were analyzed as a black volcanic ash that is unique to the Primavera Park area on the outskirts of Guadalajara. However, they were found in an incompatible red clay soil area near the Bravo Ranch. Conclusion? They were buried in Primavera Park, then removed, and then reburied at the Bravo Ranch. Item 8. Body number 1, later identified as Agent Camarena, had multiple fractures of the skull, the jaw and the ribs, a broken right arm, and numerous internal organs had been violated. Number 2 had multiple fractures, a gaping jaw, and torn wrist bindings indicate that the man might have been buried alive. Item 9. The Mexican authorities positively identified the remains as Camarena and Zavala, even though the bodies were so decomposed, a forensic examination was necessary to make a positive ID from dental records. Conclusion? Certain Mexican authorities who knew the bodies' identities worked in collusion with the perpetrators in the removal and the transportation. Do we have lights, please?
We were supposed to find Kiki and Zavala in the orchard. They weren't there for a reason as prosaic as the man bringing them from Primavera Park was probably late. He probably saw the activity at the ranch, panicked, dumped the bodies at the side of the road, and got out of the area.
And an entire family was massacred to sell the lie that these people did it. Case closed. Stop the bad press.
If they were smarter about it, they'd have kept Kiki disappeared. Without a body, there would have been no fact a crime was committed. As it is, we have the homicide of a U.S. official. We have a law that says you can't kill U.S. officials. If you do, you've committed a federal crime, and we will indict you and then seize you and your co-conspirators anywhere in the world and bring you back for trial. So, I've asked for a U.S. grand jury to indict those responsible for Camarena's murder. Its investigative arm is Ray Carson. He'll do a classic homicide investigation.
My first objective is to gather as much physical evidence as possible. And another thing, I'll be working independently of the Mexican government.
Harley's group will continue to work with the Mexican government in the manhunt for Kiki's killers.
But I do think it's meaningless without someone like Comandante Florentino Ventura being here.
He is with us. Given their embarrassment over Bravo Ranch, Mexico City couldn't refuse me.
All right. It sounds like we're finally going to have a Mexican-American effort. That's what it sounds like.
Manos arriba. Ahí queda. Quédense ahí. Guys.
What the hell is this?
Pavon-Reyes, you're under arrest. The charge is corruption.
I am a comandante, and I demand to be allowed to call my superiors in Mexico City.
Your superiors already talked to me of you. They said, what a pity about Pavon. He's such a disappointment to us. Ándale.
¡Traidor! ¡Te llevo a ti también! ¡Véngase! ¡Policía! ¿Qué pasa aquí? ¡Los mexicanos, ¿ah? ¡Mexicanos! ¡Pagan ellos algún día! ¡Algún día! ¡Vamos! ¡Loco! ¡Allá va! ¡Alto! 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 ¡Disparo! ¡Vámonos! ¡Allá va! ¡Vámonos! ¡Anda, anda! ¡Ahí se metió! ¡Vamos! ¡Allá va! ¡No disparé! ¡Allá va! ¡Vamos! ¡Por otro lado, Raymond! ¡Pístale! ¡Ahora sí! ¡Tíralo! ¡Ahora! ¡Ahora sí, vamos!
No me empujan así, cabrón. No tienes...
No te muevas.
$5 million American money. 13 bedrooms. Now, I like this place. Do you like it? Hmm? So? Here's the keys, and it's yours. If you like this place that much, I'll buy you the country. It's only a small country, huh? For money, how much can a small country be?
The place is called La Quinta. It sold for $1.5 million in cash. So we went looking for Colombians. But the phone tap turned up Mexicans. Then an informant told us Mariana Morello, the girl Caro Quintero abducted in Guadalajara, was seen. If she's there.
You're right. Caro Quintero might be there. Now listen, he spots you, he's gone. Now how long is it going to take you to get a warrant?
As the protector of public security, I adhere to the law of the land very rigidly.
You tell me, okay? Isn't he also a threat to the security of this country?
We can guarantee if Caro Quintero remains in Costa Rica, he's going to bring in an army of thugs just like he had in Mexico. Costa Rica will become a transit point for the drug traffickers. It'll be Guadalajara all over again.
That's a promise.
If his continued presence is a threat to the public safety of the country, I could deport him on that ground by my authority and the concurrence of the president. Assuming that, what would you need?
The Costa Rican anti-terrorist team.
There is great danger that innocent people or Costa Rican officers could be killed.
If I authorize this, I'll be placing my career at risk. Probably my life.
You're asking me to take a big chance for the sake of capturing this man. Are you aware of that?
We recognize the risk you'll be taking. It's very courageous, Minister.
All right. But our Constitution does not allow warrants to be signed at night. And warrants can only be served the day they are signed.
What does that mean?
You cannot search the house or make the arrest tonight. It must be during daylight.
Dawn?
Dawn is good.
Dawn is very good.
Cuando den la señal, acuérdense. Está todo macizo, ya.
Hey, Tony, what's up now?
Nothing before you go in, over.
The judge has to wait for Dawn to sign the warrant, so at Dawn's first light, we go in.
Only you know I'm duty-bound to
Inform you that there's a little amendment you're going to have to deal with. Over.
Right, the Mansfield Amendment, but look, I know we're not supposed to be involved in armed conflict, but Harley, we can't ask these guys to take all the risks and say call us when it's over.
Now, adhere to Mansfield. Now, you let them go in first. Over.
All right, they're starting to move to their cover positions. Now, Harley, can them be defined as just one of them? Over.
Absolutely. Over.
And first can mean as long as it's before us, right? I mean, regardless of the interval. Over.
Yeah. Over.
You got it.
An hour and a half till sunup.
Happening, Tony?
Waiting on the sun.
¿Quién vive en la casa?
Yo no conozco la gente.
¿Cuántos mexicanos?
8. 7 hombres y una mujer.
He says there...
The guy said there's 7 men.
Can't hear. Say again, Tony.
He says there are 7 men and a woman. Over.
It's about time we got lucky. Tony, come on. The sun is up here. How soon? Over?
Ain't up here yet, Harley. Costa Rica's a couple of minutes west. What can I tell you?
Any minute now.
Vamos. El sol sale. Vámonos. Let's go!
We're going in.
Tony! Tony!
Dale, dale, vamos.
¡A la derecha! ¡Yo voy a la izquierda! ¡María, deme! ¡Escalera! ¡La puerta! ¡La puerta!
¡Rompe la puerta!
Tony, what's your status? Come on back. Tony?
What's your name?
Juan.
Dime la verdad, ya sabemos todo.
José.
Nosotros entramos aquí. Juan.
José.
There's a bunch of damned original minds around here.
What's going on?
Harley, you don't know if we got him or not.
¡Arriba todos! ¡Muevan! ¡Busca allá! ¡No te muevas! ¡Vente! ¡Tú! ¡No se muevan! ¡No se muevan! ¡Manos arriba! ¡Ándale! ¡Ya! tengo. Véngase. ¡Tony! ¡Tony!
Who are you?
Marco Antonio Ríos Valenzuela.
Let's try again. What is your name?
Marco Antonio Ríos Valenzuela.
Is it him?
I don't know. I got 2 lousy surveillance pictures, a mugshot.
Who's that?
It's okay. It's okay. You can tell us, and then you go home, I promise. Su familia. Su madre, ¿sí? Mariana, ¿quién es? Don?
Morirá. Puta. Cabrona.
Because I'm face to face with some sorry son of a bitch who calls himself Rafael Caro Quintero.
Stay tuned for scenes from tomorrow night's powerful conclusion of Drug Wars, the Camarena Story. Tomorrow, Caro Quintero's capture leads to even bigger questions.
Who the hell are these people?
Who was behind the murder and cover-up?
And how high up are they?
You want to find out how things work in Mexico, you follow the money.
The tape recorded Kiki's torture and his interrogation.
The tapes of the Camarena interrogation.
Tapes? We would like... Are you threatening us?
Absolutely.
We'll see your wife and children again very soon. You must talk.
That's all.
You killed him! You beat him, you tortured him, and then you murdered him!
We're gonna get every one of them.
All I want is just access to the physical evidence.
All the physical evidence is to be destroyed.
It's all been destroyed.
What? We ain't got nothing! There is no light at the end of this thing, man. You see an end to this?
I'm not gonna let you give up on this. You are gonna make it to the finish line if I have to drag you across.
But the cartel strikes again.
Taking you away. Listen, I got a diplomatic pass.
And the U.S. faces a second Mexican nightmare.
Get ready, Ray. The gloves are coming off.
The shocking conclusion of Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, tomorrow.
Stay out here forever.
I don't know about me.
You'll be fine.
What if my diarrhea comes back?
You took the Imodium AD, right?
Just a little cup.
Perfect.
Imodium AD often stops diarrhea with one dose, instead of all those spoonfuls you may need of the leading remedy.
Want to head in?
Now, what's the hurry?
Imodium AD. It can make your first attack of diarrhea your last.
That's me, Courtney Gibbs, Miss USA 1988. People think Miss USA never puts on extra weight. Well, sometimes I do. I just lost 5 pounds in 1 week with Ultra Slim Fast. The plan is easy. I have a thick, delicious shake for breakfast, one for lunch, and then a sensible dinner. When people say, Courtney, you don't look like you need Ultra Slim Fast, I say, that's exactly why I use it.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
It is estimated that more than 20 million people will come down with colds this year.
It's time for a powerful weapon.
More than 10 million workdays will be lost.
It's time for a powerful weapon.
More than 20 million school days lost.
It's time for Benadryl Plus Cold Formula. With the strength of Benadryl, plus a maximum strength nasal decongestant, plus a maximum strength fever and pain reliever. Fight back with Benadryl Plus Cold Formula. a powerful weapon in the Cold War.
For 10 points, what are you eating?
Kraft macaroni and cheese.
It's Kraft cheese and macaroni. Hey, sorry. Judges' decisions are final.
Kraft cheese and macaroni, the cheesiest.
Christmas tree, $92. Turkey dinner, $135. Gifts for the
Spent
boys.
too much money on the holidays? Now you can save some at Burger King. Get 2 juicy flame-broiled burgers for just $1 for just 2 weeks only at Burger King.
Tonight, are Mexican authorities giving American drug agents a fair shot at getting to drug lords south of the border? Tom Brokaw anchors an NBC News special report following the movie.
I'm Brian Gumble.
I'm Deborah Norval.
Tomorrow morning on Today, we'll check out violence on college campuses.
We'll also meet a man who uses tough methods to teach tough kids.
Tomorrow morning on Today.
More car and $500 to $1,500 cash back. Right now at Romania Hyundai, buy a new XL, get $500 to $1,000 cash back. Buy a new Sonata, get $1,500 cash back. Let me repeat that. Right now at Romania Hyundai, buy a new XL, get $500 to $1,000 cash back. Buy a new Sonata, get $1,500 cash back. New Hyundai Sonatas in our lowest price ever, just $84.50 or just $159 a month. Less than anything in its class. Up to $1,500 cash back now at Romania Hyundai.
Oh, let me run for the border. They got what I need at Taco Bell. Come on, Louise. Tacos for $1.59 each. Let's run for the border, Louise. Love those burritos for 59 cents each. So delicious, Louise, my. Let's run for the border, Louise. Nothing I love better than a soft taco. So delicious, Louise, let's go. Let's run for the border, Louise.
KMTR-TV, Eugene, Springfield.
From Washington, D.C., NBC News presents Drug Wars Tonight. Here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. We're back again with another update on the war on drugs following part 2 of the NBC movie on the 1985 kidnap and murder of drug enforcement agent Kiki Camarena. Corruption, of course, is a major factor in the drug trade wherever it is practiced. The money from drugs so overwhelming, so enormous, that more and more allegations are surfacing all the time. In this country, 4 cases about to go to trial involve 7 DEA agents. After the Camarena killing, there were charges of suspected corruption among high-ranking Mexican police and government officials. Washington, however, now credits the current administration of President Salinas of Mexico with stepping up the war on drugs. However, some say that he seems unwilling to go all the way when it comes to exposing corruption. Mexican officials were told that they couldn't legally participate in this program. But we do have with us tonight Dr. Guido Belsasso, who is with the Institute of the Americas at the University of California in San Diego. He's been active in drug rehabilitation programs in Mexico, and he's worked with the World Health Organization for the past 20 years in the field of shutting down drug trafficking. Dr. Belsasso, let me ask you, first of all, if you believe that there has been progress in Mexico, why has there been such an enormous increase in the amount of illegal drugs coming from Mexico into this country?
Well, first of all, Tom, I think that the important issue is that as the market for the consumption of drugs in the United States has increased, so has been the production and the trafficking of it. I think that one of the most important issues in this whole war against drugs is the appetite for drugs that the American people have, and how this, in turn, creates the demand that is supplied by the countries in the Latin America, basically, and the Asian basin countries for the United States.
Well, that's a fair point, Dr. Bill. But let's talk about Mexico, if we can, for a moment. Are you willing tonight to vouch, for example, for the ethics of the Mexican military? Because a lot of federal prosecutors in Southern California are saying that that's now the area that must be broken.
I think that the most important thing is what has happened during the last 13 months of the Salinas administration. He has vowed from the very beginning of his administration to fight corruption. And we all know, as you said at the beginning of the program, that when such vast amounts of monies are involved, the corruption touches everything that it gets to. And I think it's important to realize that corruption is not only prevalent in Mexico amongst one specific group, but it's something that is done all over in the United States, in Mexico, in Latin America, and the South Asian basin.
But if we can, just to continue on Mexico for a moment, most recently in Southern California, a high-ranking Mexican businessman who was a brother-in-law of a former president of that country was indicted. The case against him seems to be very strong. Is there any doubt in your mind that during the time that Kiki Camarena was kidnapped and killed, that the corruption went all the way to the top in your country?
Well, I think the important issue is that the people who are depicted in Ms. Shannon's book and in the movie have all been brought to trial and have been convicted. Rafael Caro got 133 years in jail, Ernesto Fonseca, 144, Commander Espino Verdin, 40 years, and just recently, just to contradict what you said about Mexico's and President Salinas' unwillingness to go all the way, Miguel Ángel Félix Gallardo, the most notorious Mexican trafficker, is now in jail and is being judged. All, including the director of the Mexican CIA, who has been put in jail also during this administration.
All right, we'll ask you to just stay with us for a moment if we can, Dr. Belsasso, because we want to introduce two other guests with us tonight. James Gurule was the chief federal prosecutor in the Los Angeles trial, which convicted 3 men in the Camarena kidnap murder. He is now a professor of law at Notre Dame University, but he still serves as a special assistant to the Justice Department on one case. Also here, Elaine Shannon. The movie is based on her 1988 book, Desperados, an investigative account of the Camarena murder. Professor, let me ask you, are you confident that they're doing all that they can in Mexico now to do something about the drug trade?
No, I'm not. And a perfect example of that would be relative to Carl Quintero, who was indicted by a federal grand jury in Los Angeles. As you know, he's been in custody with the Mexican authorities since April of 1985. And up until most recently, he was housed in a jail in Mexico City. The section of the jail would normally house over 100 inmates, and he occupied that area by himself. He was allowed to have a TV, VCR, jacuzzi. He was basically treated like a king while he was in prison. He had access to alcohol, access to drugs. And for the Mexican government to say they're doing all that they can while they're treating this individual in this particular manner, I think makes a mockery of justice as relates to this case.
But they have, in fact, disassembled his luxurious living, and they have moved him to other quarters now, so far as we know.
And that's interesting. That just happened recently, as of last month, and it may be coincidental that it happened shortly before the airing of this particular miniseries.
Ms. Shannon, there are still suspects in the Camarena case who are at large as well, right?
Oh, well, sure. As far as the U.S. is concerned, people haven't been brought to justice in this case. Caro, Quintero, and Fonseca, the traffickers, may have been sentenced in Mexico, but there are other high officials who were high in the interior ministries, in the secret police, the so-called CIA, the federales, and the army who are suspected in the Camarena case and in other trafficking cases. They are the subjects of a grand jury in Los Angeles now, and some of them could be indicted. These people haven't been charged. Some of them left their jobs in Mexico, but they haven't been charged.
The subtitle of your book, in effect, is that we're not winning the war on drugs, and we cannot win the war on drugs. Is that your judgment, really?
I think we can if we treat it like a war. We can't invade every country where there's a lot of corruption and a lot of transshipping of drugs. It's not a war. It's a social problem, and we've got to deal with it, and these other countries have to deal with it, too, and just blaming each other is not going to do anything.
Yeah, but it's a fair point, isn't it, when Mexicans and others say, hey, listen, we only ship drugs to your country because there's an enormous market for drugs in America.
Absolutely, and I don't blame them for saying that. What I resent is when the U.S. government says to me as a reporter, Mexico is our closest ally in the war on drugs. They have a model program. They're doing great, when in fact, the truth was, as I wrote in the book, they were doing very little. An American agent was killed, and they still did very little.
Let me ask you about the rule of law on all of this. The DEA, understandably, has to make all kinds of deals with unsavory characters, break the rules when they're in other countries. We have to crash through the middle of the night and invade some countries in some instances. Does it become, in the war on drugs, something that is above the law or beneath the law, in your judgment? So it's very hard to find where there is justice here?
No, I don't think so. I think that the relative to the Kiki Camarena case, I think that the DEA agents have abided by the Constitution, have followed the laws of the Constitution. The defendants in the case that I prosecuted certainly received a fair trial. They received due process of law, and I think all of their rights were preserved under our Constitution.
And what about those so-called recreation or casual users of drugs? When they see something like the Kiki Camarena case brought back to light again, when they realize the torture for that man and for his family and for other law enforcement agents, based on your long experience as a prosecutor, do you think it will have any impact on use in this country?
I think so, and I certainly hope so. I hope that the casual user looks at this and it impacts that particular individual, thinking that, in fact, this happened because of the habit that that individual has in this country, and but for that habit, this type of action would not have taken place. The demand would not be there. The money, the profit motive would not be there as well.
And let me ask you finally, Dr. Belsasso, about Mexico and the future. You say that it's doing all that it can, but you've heard here tonight contrary opinions to that. What more can we expect from President Salinas in the future?
President Salinas is very committed to the fight on drugs. This year, more than 40 Mexican national policemen have been killed. People like Camarena were killed in Mexico, 40 of them. Mexico has stopped over 34 tons of cocaine in the past year. This is more than half of all of that was seized in the last 10 years. More than 10,000 people have been brought to trial just this past administration. And President Salinas is definitely committed to improving the situation and combating the traffic situation as part of a national security issue, as a plan to protect the Mexican youth, and as part of the collaboration of Mexico in the international arena. I am quite confident that we are in the process of doing that, and especially because of the very close collaboration between President Salinas and President Bush.
Yeah.
They see very much eye to eye on this issue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Belsasso, for being with us tonight. We'll be back tomorrow night with still another update on the drug wars. I'm Tom Brokaw. I'll see you tomorrow night on NBC Nightly News.
Wednesday, take a quantum leap into the most harrowing life of all.
I'm a mom.
Santa's single mom with 3 kids.
He's not our mommy.
The youngest is on to them.
What are we going to do, Al?
And the oldest has a date with disaster.
Are you a virgin? Where would he go?
Forcing Sam into a molester's fiendish trap. An all-new Quantum Leap, Wednesday.
Coming up on KMTR News, part of a Eugene nursing home is evacuated due to a fire scare and heavy smoke. Eugene, please.
Tonight, an NBC miniseries based on a true story. U.S. drug enforcement agents have a job to do in Mexico. Stop the flow of drugs at the source.
Anywhere in the world.
Selling that poison up north and they sell it to kids. It was a job that killed drug enforcement agent Enrique Camarena. Just a few more questions.
That was the last I saw of him. You killed him! You beat him, you tortured him, and then you murdered him!
We're gonna get him, every one of them. Who was behind the murder?
And how high up are they?
You want to find out how things work in Mexico, you follow the money.
Whether you want to start.
All I want is just access to the physical evidence. All the physical evidence is to be destroyed. It's all been destroyed.
What? We ain't got nothing!
How will Americans get justice in a foreign land?
They told me to go to hell.
They're never going to find who killed Kiki. I'm not going to stop.
Are you threatening us?
Absolutely. How do you find truth among corruption?
He's taking you away. Listen, I got a diplomatic passport.
When you're trapped on a drug lord's turf.
We are not going to leave here without our friend.
Get ready, Ray. The gloves are coming off.
Have you reached the verdict? Guilty.
You can shoot him in here. And now, Craig T. Nelson, Treat Williams, Elizabeth Peña in Drug Wars, the Camarena Story. Previously on Drug Wars.
Welcome to Guadalajara.
Kiki Camarena was a U.S. drug enforcement agent.
Waging war against the billionaire drug lords.
Sent to fight the flow of drugs into America at the source.
We take their money and we steal a little bit of their souls.
I take all their dope and all their money.
Kiki's family and his wife Mika have been his partners in the struggle.
You always stand by me.
You're the only thing I know of life.
They chose to endure a tour of duty in a place where the drug lords own all the police and all the power money can buy.
We need a guarantee. No messing around with our production. We want protection from Mexico City.
Why do you do it? Why do you take the money?
They come into your office with AK-47s. $100,000 cash money on the desk. And they say, you want the lead or you want the silver? Me? I take the money.
A powerful cartel has the DEA outspent, outnumbered, and outgunned.
Down! 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 We're just way out in front, and there's nobody behind us. Maybe we just push it a little further, huh?
This time, they went for the big one.
Probably the biggest case the DEA's ever had in Mexico. I never asked you to do something like this, and it's going to be dangerous. That's the business.
Kiki was weaving his way through the network of Mexico's drug lords.
I set up a buy here, I take delivery there, and I bust his ass there. These are evil people, senor.
A mistake can get you killed.
A dangerous mission.
That's it. That's it.
That paid off big.
The DEA-inspired raid on Zaragoza. The Mexicans call it the war with results.
The first of the century.
Tell me why. Shouldn't I kill you right here, right now?
It wasn't me! The Gringo Drug Enforcement Agency.
I start all over again tonight. I'll see you in the morning. I love you very much.
Then the unthinkable.
Kiki never made it home last night.
Someone grabbed Kiki Camarena in Guadalajara.
He coordinated
in abducting an American agent off the streets in broad daylight.
A desperate search.
Everything that can be done will be done, Mrs. Camarena.
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Camarena. He's gonna have a talk, okay?
Enrique Camarena went to Mexico to fight the international drug trade, and in the end, it killed him.
I borrowed courage from him. Where do I get my courage from now?
It is going to be a priority to bring his killers to justice.
A hunt for one man.
Caro Quintero.
Next time, bring better weapons, not toys.
How long is it going to take you to get a warrant? Any minute now.
¡Hey, por izquierda! ¡Sube la escalera!
Because I'm face to face with some sorry son of a bitch who calls himself Rafael Caro Quintero.
Get in the air! Get up! Right!
Gracias, muchachos. Muy bien hecho. You can shoot him in here, or I can stage an escape so that you can shoot him outside. Wait a minute. What's going on?
Would he do it?
He might.
Clements knew Kiki, didn't he?
You're right.
Tony, what the hell's going on? Come on back, Tony. What's going on?
Don? Don! You should be dead. But you got too much to say that we want to hear.
They're bringing him out now.
Alive?
Yeah, he's alive. Over.
Thank you. We got him. Florentino Venturo's already in the air to pick him up. Costa Rica is expelling Caro to Mexico.
made them all rich. Federales, state police, CFS. Everyone had their palm out. No one said no to Caro's money.
You paid the policemen in Guadalajara.
Federales, state police, CFS.
Who? Who in the state police was paid off?
I left my list at home.
Ask him about the CFS. Come on.
Mr. Steinmetz, I will decide what's important and what's not.
Well, you're not even writing down the answers he's giving you.
So what?
So what?
Senor Caro, please. Let's go back to the house.
There was a lot of people in the house.
What house? Is that the house you killed Kiki and Caro?
How many?
Maybe 50, maybe 100.
Hey, who else was in that house? How about some names?
Other people.
Mr. Riva? Mr. Steinmetz?
We had permission from Florentino and Ventura to be part of this interrogation, pal. You understand?
This interrogation is run by the Attorney General's office, not Comandante Florentino Ventura and the federal police.
Hey, Caro. Come on, who were they? Who were the others?
I was taking a nap. I woke up. I went outside. Compas, now that our friends are here to protect us, let's have some fun, huh? It's too quiet around here.
Who were they, Carl? Were they CFS? Were they Army? What about that? The gun they found with the CFS initials in Wakita. What about that? Then there was your CFS identity card, had your picture on it, was signed by some general, Ruiz Velasquez.
Basta! Guards! Guards! Take the men away! They're obstructing the investigation.
What investigation? We're just trying to find out who the hell was in the house.
Hold it! This man is confessing, and you are interfering.
He's going to tell you everything you want to hear.
It will not be allowed.
I'm interested in a confession. I would like the truth.
Afuera!
Hey, Carl! Carl! Huh?
Afuera!
Who are they, Carl? Who are they?
Sloan, I have a feeling in my bones, and a lot of things are pointing in a certain direction. Carl Quintero and Fonseca abducted Kiki Camarena, but he wasn't alone, you know. There were others involved. Who? Well, it could have been internal security, it could have been the Army, CFS. I'm telling you, the CFS is all the way through this thing. See, when we picked up Caro, all his men and him had CFS badges on. Now, every time I interrogated Caro, and every time I mentioned the CFS, he just sat there and he'd twitch. Now, he said when I interrogated him that there were like 50 or 100 people in that house. So they pump Kiki out of all the information that he's got, right? They get everything. Then they kill him. And then they take him someplace and they dump him in a hole in the ground. And that's when this cover-up starts. So who do we get? We get this first commandante, the federal police. This Pavon-Reyes guy. And he comes and tells us, he says, I really want to find Kiki's murderer. Now, all the time, he knows that Kiki is dead and he is buried in Primavera Park. Now, I only know one thing. This thing was so well organized. I mean, it was fast, it was quick, it was executed professionally. And a cop on the take don't do that. He can't. Someone's back there, someone who knows what the hell they're doing. My question is,
Who? And how high up are they? I mean, who the hell are these people?
We'll give them Caro Quintero and Don Neto Fonseca. A trial. A guilty verdict. Prison. We'll give them the same on Seguno and El Sami, immaterial pistoleros. On their own, they have discovered CFS badges with your signature, Cuauhtemoc. Other than that, they only have theories and suspicions. Caro Quintero and Fonseca stay in Mexican hands forever. Neither they nor any other major narco-trafficant is ever to fall into the hands of the Americans. Caro and Fonseca will leave Reclusario del Norte prison only one way. In a pine box. The losses are 15 irrelevant local cops, the peacock Pavon-Reyes, and 2 Sinaloan peasant bandidos who are easily replaceable. So, as of this moment, the government of the Republic of Mexico has decided the Camarena case is solved. Cooperation with Americans on this incident is over. All the physical evidence is to be destroyed. Case closed. Fini. And on the whole, we have done very well.
Tell all your readers. Because you see all these people here, they're my friends. And that is that I have one weakness. Women and gold. I love all women because I was born of a woman. And it pleases me from the bottom of my heart to help the poor because I was so poor as a kid. But I am retired now. And my life, I cannot speak about it because I've suffered too much.
It's not about authority, George. It's about you leaning on them. Now, I can't get hair samples, prints, nothing out of them on Caro Quintero or Fonseca, let alone Lopez, Rezon, and the rest. Now, I'm going to need that in order to match whatever hair samples we discover if the government ever reveals the location of the crime scene to us.
They don't see why. We need a U.S. grand jury to indict and try them, too.
Well, did you explain to them that under United States law, killing a United States official is an act of terrorism, and that allows us to grab an indicted killer or a co-conspirator anywhere in the world? Anywhere in the world. Or is that what they're afraid of?
Tactful guy like you, I can see why you're not getting anywhere.
Listen, I don't care what the hell you think about my tact. I'm not down here on some diplomatic mission, my friend. I'm trying to get some indictments to bootstrap our way above Caro and Fonseca. So what about the bindings? Kiki's clothes, fabric samples of the shroud, all the physical evidence.
Let me say it again, loud and clear. They refused. They said no. They told me to go to hell. Have you got it?
Great. Great.
story, man.
All right.
Mom and Dad asleep?
Yeah, we weren't expecting you until noon.
Let's let them sleep for once. When did you learn to make coffee?
You have been gone for a while.
Even when you try not to, you can't help but wake people up with the fresh mountain-grown aroma of Folgers coffee.
You got a little thick around the neck, man.
You old man.
Yeah, but you got... These guys don't change. You never did let us sleep, baby.
Cadillac announces 2 ways to begin a prosperous new year. Number 1, lease a Cadillac sedan DeVille for as little as $389 a month. Special smart lease terms are also available on other Cadillacs. Number 2, your Cadillac dealer can pass along generous factory-to-dealer incentives when you purchase a new Cadillac by January 31st. But act promptly, because while the new year will last 12 months, these outstanding offers will not.
We're about to prove a point. On the right, a pie wrapped in saran wrap. On the left, Reynolds and Glad. Knowing a bear won't eat what he can't smell, which one holds an odor and freshness better? Saran wrap. Nothing protects food better.
Red Lobster.
Tonight, try 30 shrimp for just $8.95. Golden fried shrimp. Grilled. Shrimp scampi. 30 shrimp on one plate, just $8.95. Only at Red Lobster.
You want to tell me what's going on, Ray? You won't talk to me at the embassy? I got a nice office there, air-conditioned.
Yeah, and the walls have ears.
Come on, Ray. What are you going to tell me that the walls can't hear?
It's not what I'm going to tell you. It's what the agency is going to do for me.
It's about Kiki Camarena?
Yeah.
Kiki was a good guy.
Yeah.
Let me just talk to you in your office just for a minute, all right? I'm not going to take a lot of your time. I need to ask you something very important. Look, all I want is just access to the physical evidence. That's it.
Kiki was my friend, too. It was a sad day when he died.
Yeah, it was. I got 2 FBI forensic men back at the hotel. They ain't doing a thing. They're sitting on their cans now. Give me something for them to do. I mean, they come with the bindings, the clothes, you know. I mean, you don't care about protecting these people anymore, and you don't give a damn about that. I know you. Come on. I'm asking for a favor, for God's sake.
Can't give you what you want. I'm sorry, Harley.
¡Otro! ¡Aquí vienen más! ¡2 más! ¿Cuántos? ¡Date prisa, hombre! ¡Órale, ya nos vamos! ¡Más, dices! Faltan, creo que 2 más. ¡Vamos, ándale! ¡Ya! ¡Sigue!
Let's get out of here, okay? Come on. Let's go for a ride in my airplane.
Yeah, DEA.
What is it?
The feds found the place where they were holding Kiki.
It's 881 Calle Lopa de Vega. FBI forensics is on their way over there right now.
Yeah. Steinmetz is on his way. Yeah. What else you got?
Papeles.
Muy bien, señor. Pase.
I can go it alone, Harley.
No, it wouldn't be right. What the hell are they standing around for?
Hey, what the hell's going on here?
Cleaned up. Repainted, inside's been stripped clean, yards raked, pool's emptied. Crime scene's completely ruined, man. They trashed it. I wanted to leave it so there was nothing for us to work on.
Fresh paint.
What?
I love the smell of fresh paint.
They left us nothing.
Can we go to work on nothing?
Something. If there's the other half in there.
What is that? Evidence. I believe that this is the plate that was on the car in which Camarena was abducted.
Give it to me.
No, absolutely not. You can't have it. I found it, so it's mine.
You don't seriously think that I'm going to let you walk out of here with the license plate, do you, senor? Hand it over. Take, senor. Perhaps you might want to relax. It's a lovely pool. Don't you fill it up again? Have a nice swim.
Shouldn't let him get away with that.
I didn't. I stole him. Richie just lifted the prints.
Nice move.
No, it's not. A couple of hairs from the bottom of the pool, a couple of smudged prints from a license plate. Big deal.
Place.
That's why they did it. He was here. They painted it, but I can still smell the blood in here. Door was open, now they're closing it out. They're closing it.
You gotta keep it together, Harley. We're gonna get them. Every one of them. You and me are gonna kick so much ass down here, they're gonna write a ballad about us. A regular corrido. Let's go.
Harley, a little food wouldn't hurt that tequila a bit.
I'm not hungry.
No!
Dean. Son of a bitch.
Harley, let's get out of here.
Yeah, we will, darling.
No, now!
I can't leave now, Tom, all right? I know the territory better than anybody else. You know something they are never going to find He killed Kiki. Bureaucrats are gonna wear him down. They're gonna get lost in the shuffle, honey. They're gonna get vagued out, you know? They're drowned in the amorphousness of it. Not me. Not me. It's about Kiki, and it's about more than Kiki. It's about fat cats who did it and got rich and retired in Marbella with $20 million in some Luxembourg bank. That's what it's about. Get the money from selling that poison up north, and they sell it to kids, Don. That's all. They sell it to kids. It's a chemical war waged against our people. The alienated and the dispossessed. They kill each other for 20 minutes and a good time. And that's what it's about. Do you get it?
Those are transcriptions, not shorthand. What does that suggest?
They're transcripts of a tape. They taped it. They tape recorded Kiki's torture and his interrogation.
And if we were able to get our hands on the transcripts, what does that tell you?
But you probably got them from the guys you hired to do routine counter-espionage and tail the KGB all over Mexico City. Same department Armando Rivera works for. Federal Security, CFS. Does that mean that they did it?
Not necessarily.
But it does mean their bosses in the government have the original tapes. That's where these came from.
Interesting speculation.
We're gonna figure out who leaked this. Why'd you do it?
A lot of guys in the agency feel the same way. We all helped to get this. I don't know. The DEA turning everything upside down for one guy. Kind of cool. Good luck, Carson.
They're trying to close the door. They've just about done it. There's a crack of daylight left, and these tapes are read.
How do we know these transcripts are real?
Well, in the transcripts, Kiki refers to two of the informants with their code names, and he and I were the only ones who knew what those names were, so the transcripts are for real.
If they hand over the tapes, we'll be able to work backwards from the type of questions being asked to get an idea of who needed the answers, who did the asking, etc. How many are there?
I don't know.
Then I'll refer to tapes. Use the plural.
Question is, will they go for it, or will they laugh in our face?
That's me, Christina Ferrari, after I had my baby. Since then, I lost 25 pounds in 3 months with the Ultra Slim Fast plan. It was easy. Ultra Slim Fast is really delicious and satisfying. I'd have a thick chocolate shake for breakfast, another for lunch, then a great dinner. I love Ultra Slim Fast. It gave me back my figure, and I feel great. Now the only baby fat in this family is on the baby.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Finally, it's the minivan for kids with parents. And let's face it, we all have them. Yeah. The all-new Oldsmobile Silhouette. talking radical concept here. Your own window seat, room for lots of things, and neat stuff to keep your parents from bugging you on long trips. Besides, it's a little what makes them look cool. Right.
This is not your father's Oldsmobile.
Ready, dudes?
And they need all the help they can get.
Yeah. This is the new generation of Olds.
Here's an eye drop so refreshing you won't believe your eyes.
Wow.
It's Visine Extra. It gets the red out while an extra medication cools, soothes, moisturizes, and protects. Get Visine Extra.
Dentists warn the #1 dental problem isn't cavities, it isn't tartar, it's plaque. And most people just don't brush well enough to get enough plaque off their teeth. That's why there's Plaques, the dental rinse specifically designed to remove plaque.
I'm gonna make my hair look like my sister's. VO5 shampoo.
5 special ingredients, 3 to clean, 2 for manageability.
You used my shampoo. How'd you know? Fabulous hair.
VO5 makes your hair do what you want it to.
Tango, I need a gun! Here. Oh, wait a minute. Why is yours bigger than mine? Genetics.
Tango and Cash, cleaning up crime together. Rated R. Now playing at a theater near you.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, will return following these messages.
Sunday.
We're going down.
Teenagers marooned on a deserted isle.
No one's coming to get us, are they?
Isolated in a tropical paradise.
I've never seen anything like this.
That soon becomes a deadly struggle for power.
This is like a civics class gone nuts.
He's got a gun. Corey Feldman and Christopher Daniel Barnes in the gripping 2-hour drama Exile Sunday.
Better Bodies. 2-for-1 enrollment in January. 2 locations, Main Street and Gateway, Springfield.
The following may shock you.
Get down!
Because Night Court contains high levels of laughter.
Oh, baby, you know what I like.
And potentially toxic slapstick.
Oh, my God, no!
Night Court, dangerously funny.
Join the fun weeknights at 7:30 only on KMTR TV.
KMTR TV, Eugene, Springfield.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story continues. Starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
It's come to our attention, Mr. Attorney General, that you are in possession of the tapes that were made of the Camarena interrogation while it was under control of Caro Quintero. We'd like them.
Mr. Lone, we are here to discuss the eradication program.
Tapes were made of the Camarena interrogation, and I'd like them.
The first item on today's agenda, gentlemen, is helicopter spare parts.
Tapes of the Camarena interrogation, sir?
Is it the U.S. intent to replace drug eradication program helicopters or increase the supply of spare parts?
The tapes of the Camarena interrogation.
Tapes?
They exist. We know it. We have incontrovertible proof.
Mr. Attorney General, what Mr. Lawn means when he says the word you is your government. The tapes exist, and you may not be immediately and personally aware of them.
Well, it does seem.
Yes.
It seems after Fonseca was arrested, they found a lot
They
of...
found tapes.
Yes.
Fonseca had them. However, we have a difficulty.
And what is that?
As this administration's senior counsel on legal policy, I feel the tapes are too sensitive. You can appreciate the...
I appreciate your suppressing evidence. We would like the tapes.
Mr. Lone, the tapes at the moment, they are not in Mexico
If you
City.
don't give me the tapes, I'll call a press conference. Every newspaper and television station in Mexico will show up. Mexico City papers in particular have been very interested in what we have to say about corruption in this administration.
Are you threatening us?
Absolutely.
I will let you listen to the tapes, and then we can discuss how you can get copies. Next.
We're going to pack our things, our household things.
The entire Chihuahua affair. Have you dropped it?
Yes. Sir, I'll explain. We had nothing to do with that affair.
Then what are you doing here?
As I said, I'm getting ready to leave. They aren't briefing me on anything of importance. Sir, I only work at the DEA in Guadalajara. I'm not the resident agent in charge. I'm not the boss. I don't know as many things as you think I know.
Tell me about the Chihuahua affair.
It was a matter developed by the Hermosillo office, not our office.
I apologize for your mistreatment.
Go!
We will not hit you anymore. But you must talk. All right? Okay. Put your hands up. Don't strain so much.
Yes, Commander. Yes. Yes, Commander. Yes.
Just a few more questions. Don't worry. Don't worry. You will see your wife and children again very soon.
Look, I told you about the one at Chalda.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't.
Just tell me what you know about our friend Raymond.
Where? Where?
Hello?
Yes.
You must be very tired, Mr. Long, but perhaps you'll like to be my guest at my favorite restaurant. It's only 25 kilometers out of town.
I wouldn't go 25 kilometers out of town with you. 25 kilometers, Mr. Diaz. I wouldn't go 25 feet across the street with you.
Three of Feliz Gallardo's men, Cuco, El Chango, and La Calaca, said they saw you at the murder site. Shall I bring them in?
No.
Ask him about the Commandante.
No.
He's getting there.
Bring me a soda. I'm thirsty.
Who was in charge of the interrogation?
I don't know.
Who else was there then?
So many.
What did they want?
To know what Camarena knew about him. To talk to him.
Who wanted to know what he knew?
How the hell do I know? I'm a pistolero. I don't know who's in the social register, man. And where do I get something to eat?
When we're finished.
Well, can we at least order a quesadilla, man? I could starve to death in here listening to you stupid questions.
Shut up!
Cabron. You don't have to impress your gringo friends behind the mirror. I'm not always gonna be in this prison, man.
If you threaten us again, I'm gonna tear the tongue out of your head with pliers. Do you understand?
besides Caro, Quintero, and Fonseca?
I don't know. Some hombre.
What hombre?
I think I heard Ramon. From the north, I think.
Ramon. Who's Ramon?
I don't know. That name comes up on the tapes, too.
And then?
I followed El Chango into the bedroom. And I saw Camarena. Semi-conscious, blindfolded, bound. Bad shape. Mumbling.
What else did he say?
He had a family.
What else?
The man in charge of the interrogation told me...
The comandante?
Yes, the commandant.
This Luis guy is good.
What did he tell you?
Told me to put Camarena into the trunk of a light blue Dodge Dart. That was the last I saw of him.
He just admitted he knew him. Ask him again about the Comandante.
Tell me the name of the Comandante.
Come on.
The State Police Comandante? Is Comandante a nickname? Is he CFS, IFS? IFS!
The political police.
Go on! I can't! You must!
If I do...
If you don't! Who? We have to know. Name him.
Spino.
Sergio Espino Verdin. Am I correct? The former Guadalajara Comandante of the Federal Intelligence Service? Am I correct?
You are correct.
Thank you, Comandante. Go to the next line, please.
I apologize for your mistreatment. Just a few more minutes and we'll return you to your family. Just tell me what you know about our friend Raymond.
Please repeat that phrase again, Commandant Spino. Please.
We will not hit you anymore.
Would you do something?
I tried. They took Ventura's man off the case. They gave us this guy. He's an amateur. He's hopeless. The cheap tape recorder letting the guy say his own words like they're the phone book. What the hell kind of voice print is this going to be? I can't make a comparison from this. You're stiffing us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carson, but the
That's
interior
okay. That's
minister...
okay, Luis. It's all right.
Just a few more minutes and we will return you to your family. Just tell us what you know about our friend Raymond.
Yeah, Ramon. Tell us more about your friend Ramon.
Please repeat that phrase again, Commandant Spino. Please.
You were killing them. You were killing them!
You were killing him! You son of a bitch! Come on, you killed him! You killed him! You beat him, you tortured him, and then you murdered him! You bastard! You killed him, and now you're protecting him! Come on! You're giving the boy pistols so damn good! You're protecting him! Why? Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
What's I gonna do? Is I gonna bring Kiki back?
He's gonna make sure he didn't die for nothing, Ray.
Making sure he didn't die for nothing is working the case.
What case? We had Spino for a team. We had him. They're gonna let him go. They're protecting him. We got a case. And what are you gonna do with that?
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Okay, they're not gonna give us a Spino Verdine. He was the interrogator. He asked all the questions. He knows too much. So let's move on!
We ain't got nothing! They are bought and paid for, every single one of them! They are paid for! And do you understand? We ain't got nothing! There is no light at the end of this thing, man. You see an end to this?
I don't know if there's an end to this or not. That's not my job. My job is to work this case. And if I don't believe in that, then I believe that Kiki died for nothing. And Kiki's death means something to every one of us. It means that one of us counts. It means that one of us makes a difference. And I'm not going to let you give up on this. You are not going to burn out on me. You are going to make it to the finish line if I have to drag you across. And do you know why? Do you know why?
Why?
Because you deserve to be there, Harley. You deserve to be there. Okay? Okay? I don't let him see you looking like this.
Okay. Most days this business is a lot of fun, but today it's giving me a splitting headache. For this kind of pain, I don't take aspirin or Tylenol anymore. Today I go straight to Advil. One Advil is usually enough, but for a really tough headache, it's 2 Advil and that pain will be history. And Advil is gentler to my stomach than aspirin. I like that. Advil makes my job a lot easier. Advil, tablets and caplets, advanced medicine for pain.
Wake up, everybody, wake up. The kids were sound asleep. Here's breakfast bears to eat. Their dreams are over at 7 o'clock. Get them up and on their feet.
Introducing Teddy Graham's Breakfast Bears,
The new Grand cereal fortified with vitamins and minerals. And every scrumptious one has far less sugar than the leading kids' cereals.
Wake up to breakfast bears, Nabisco.
If you can stand it this hot, we've got a bowl of red with your name on it. Grand Am. Pontiac Grand Am. One red-hot ride. And now with $1,000 cash back, there's no reason to wait.
When my sister saw my face, she said those little dry lines around your eyes aren't as noticeable.
Dove contains 1/4 moisturizing cream. It won't dry your face like soap.
With Dove, my face doesn't feel as dry. You know, sisters notice these things.
When the people of Rehoboth, Delaware decided to clean up the waterfront, know who they teamed up with? Hefty Cinch Sack. Easy to close, easy to lift, easy to carry away. Rehoboth Beach, reclaimed by the people and Hefty Cinch Sack.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, will return following these messages.
America is secure on Friday. First, our shores are safe.
I'm back.
When an ex-lifeguard returns for Baywatch duty, then our cities are safe.
What I want is $3 million.
If the True Blue team can beat a brilliant bomber. And our government is safe once Mancuso decides if he's in love or in a trap. They're all new Friday.
Good evening, I'm Kathy Randall. Coming up tonight on KMTR News at 11, forecasters are saying the storm heading our way is not supposed to be as severe as originally predicted. We'll have the latest weather for you tonight at 11. We'll also find out what vicious weather has done to the southern Oregon coast area lately in terms of dollars and cents. And the Space Shuttle Columbia is finally in orbit tonight. This and much more on KMTR News at 11. Join us.
Oh, let me run for the border. They got what I need at Taco Bell. Come on, Louise. Tacos stop 59 cents each. Let's run for the border, Louise. Love those burritos for 59 cents each. So delicious, Louise, my. Let's run for the border, Louise. Nothing I love better than a soft taco. So delicious, Louise, let's go. Let's run for the border, Louise.
Contemporary presents the national touring production of The Phantom of the Opera, the classic tragedy of the world's greatest composers, Gounod, Verdi, Bizet, The Phantom of the Opera. On stage for one performance only, January 24th at the Holt Center for the Performing Arts. All seats reserved and on sale now. The passion, the music, the play, Phantom of the Opera.
Thousands of the world's greatest stories, all at the bookstore. The bookstore, over 100,000 paperbacks in stock, all at half the publisher's price. Escape to the world of science fiction and fantasy. Curl up with Harlequin and romance, right along with the great westerns. Plus, general fiction, historical, adventure, mystery, even comic books. Over 100,000 paperbacks, all at half the publisher's price. The world's greatest stories at the bookstore, 555 River Road.
KMTR TV, Eugene, Springfield.
The Camarena Story continues, starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
Update me, Ray. What's going on down there?
Okay, this is it, Jack. We're nowhere with Espino Verdine. They've taken the interrogation away from Ventura's people. Consequently, the voice print exemplars were administered so poorly that it's impossible to tell from the tapes that he was the commandante.
Can you still get him?
Only if I could re-administer the recording and somehow politically force a trial, then a guilty verdict, and then pressure them into turning him over to our grand jury. You want the Vegas odds on that? They're terrible.
What about Open to Vega, the physical evidence?
They've trashed it. They're telling us all to go to hell.
Starting to feel it's impossible, Ray?
Oh, hell no. We routinely accomplish the impossible. That's our job. What this is getting is very interesting.
Get me something to beat him on the head with from this end. Just get me something.
Harley and I are working on it, Jack. Gabriel. Gabriel. Come and start, Gabriel. You know Gabriel? That's the name Gabriel. What's the name Gabriel? Charles named Gabriel. Any friend named Gabriel? You're not Gabriel, are you? Come on, man. Unload the angel Gabriel up there.
You a friend of Kiki's?
Yeah.
Kiki tell you about me?
No, not exactly. He had a name in his case book. Gabriel, El Campeon.
He was a good guy. Used to say I had a lot of heart.
Next to Gabriel, he wrote a reference I don't understand. Maybe you can help me with it. R for Mexicali.
Kiki took good care of his people, man.
You got something for me, then I got something for you.
Hey, you just don't get it all. You don't get it. You know, you come in here, you don't even say, how are you? Would you like a drink? No, R from Mexicali. You got no finesse, man. You got no finesse.
Listen, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Gabriel, but I don't have a lot of time here. Okay? Okay?
Yeah, well, then you could have learned a lot from Kiki. R from Mexicali is Ramon Barona. You know Ramon?
No.
All my life, I've been 6 inches away from guys that could beat my brains out. Sizing them up. You know, looking in their eyes. When I was muscle for Rafa and Ramon, I was looking in their eyes, too. It's like looking into a doll's eye. You look into them, all you see is glass.
Why was Kiki so interested in Ramon Verona?
Don't you know?
No.
Ramon Verona is the main conexión. He's the main pipeline.
From where to where?
Mexico City. The politicians. He's the main pipeline to all the guys at the top that call the shots. And you know why?
Tell me.
Because he moves all the money. You want to find out how things work in Mexico? You follow the money. That's what Kiki was into. Go see this guy. I sent Kiki to him.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Hey, I don't want your money, man. Look, Kiki was a friend of mine. I did this for him.
Thank you, sir.
How did you find out about me?
Going through Camarena's files.
God, He kept files?
Of course, but don't worry about it. They're locked in a vault at the consulate.
You will do for me what Camarena promised?
Absolutely.
The green card for my girlfriend, too?
Of course, of course.
Where do you want to start?
Why don't we start where Kiki left off?
Tago Diaz.
Yeah, that'd be a good place to start. And what he had going with Ramon Varona?
Newport Beach?
Newport Beach.
Shall we order?
Sure.
Oh, by the way, are you aware that we have information indicating that Portego Diaz laundered over $100 million in the United States through a man named Ramon Varona? On the other hand, I do want to re-administer the Espino Verdon voice prints with American technicians. I also want the physical evidence turned over and shared with our forensics people from the grave sites and the Lope de Vega house. By the way, the salmon here is very good.
State Department on line 2.
Go ahead, Mary. Put it through.
Afternoon, Jack. Jack, this call is because everyone here wants to extend you every courtesy. Plus, you know how strongly the president feels about the drug situation. And additionally, there's been a bit of pressure from Mexico City. To put this phone call in its real politic context, I think I'll draw you a hypothetical situation. Now, American banks have $25 billion in Mexican loans. Now, if Mexico were to unilaterally impose a moratorium on the interest on those debts, what effect do you think that might have on the, well, the Security Merchants Bank of New York, say, of their portion of Mexico's $3 billion interest being knocked out of their cash flow? We're talking belly-up time, Jack. Now, as pressure goes, this is mega tonnage. Do you know what it took? One phone call.
Okay, what's the story?
The administration's war on drugs is going to emphasize the domestic struggle, focusing on users in American cities, fighting the war on our own home ground, not so much on foreign shores.
Where it has the best chance of being effectively waged, interdicting and disrupting production and transportation.
As I said, this call is a courtesy to alert you to a position the president is taking.
When will he take it?
6 o'clock news in about a minute and 30 seconds.
The NBC News at the U.S. Capitol.
El narcotráfico es corruptor.
Drug trafficking corrupts in all countries. Corrupts policemen, judges, fiscal agents. Mexico is no exception.
What many Mexicans say is that the problem is primarily in the insatiable American demand for more and more drugs.
Si no hubiese demanda.
If there were no demand, there would be no production. And I'm happy that very recently, President Reagan has recognized the responsibility of the United States to combat the phenomena of consumption, which, unfortunately, has been growing.
At the White House today, President Reagan met with Mexican President Miguel de la Madrid.
During private meetings, the differences continued. Mr. Reagan pushing his hard line against the Soviet-backed regime in Nicaragua, de la Madrid saying Central American turmoil is the result of social and economic unrest. But in the closing toast, there was agreement.
The good and decent people of both our countries have made a strong commitment to fight the scourge of narcotics and drug trafficking. This battle continues.
The Mexican leader asked the U.S. to understand how hard it is to reform the economy while paying off a huge debt. Mr. Reagan said the U.S. will be understanding in helping Mexico get new loans.
I'm impressed with the commitment that you've made, Mr. President, to meet this challenge and to take the necessary steps to achieve a robust, growing Mexican economy.
The president was here only 4 hours on his way back from vacation, and some Mexican officials thought he should have stayed longer. But U.S. officials say this dialogue is an intense, continuing process.
Hello? Councilor Portago-Diaz here. We are not going to readminister the Espino-Verdin test boys because his lawyer has obtained an order preventing more tests. So, there'll be no more tests. Sorry. Good night. Mr. Lon, Portago-Diaz, sir. Sorry, but I have very bad news to tell you. You know the physical evidence you requested from Attorney General Garcia Ramirez? Well, I investigate. It seems we burned it. It's all been destroyed.
What? How can you destroy evidence while an investigation is pending?
It was putrefying. Anyway, it's done. Sorry. Good night.
Looks like your boy's late, hijo.
Look, my information about Verona is no good. You have to pay for it, amigo.
That's true.
Jalisco State Police. This car is illegally registered. Open up the trunk.
Great.
Open up the trunk. Possession of an automatic weapon is a serious offense.
Listen, I'm with the DEA. I've also got a diplomatic passport. We can go to my office, clear this whole thing up.
I'm taking you in.
Listen, I got a diplomatic passport.
Same thing that happened to Kiki Camarena. That's what's gonna happen to you. They're gonna plug you into a wall socket, man. You're gonna end up just like him.
Building here at ringside.
That kid Duracell's still looks fresh.
The Bruiser looking mean and angry, out for round 9.
He's still dancing.
The Bruiser going after him.
Oh, what a fight.
But look at the Kid come back, pouring it on.
In his corner, Bruiser's bush.
The Kid has plenty left for the final round.
Today's Duracell battery keeps punching into the final rounds because it lasts up to 30% longer than the one from a few years back.
You never touched him.
No contest, Kurt. Duracell. You can't top the copper top.
That's me, Tommy Lasorda, before I lost 30 pounds in 3 months with the Ultra Slim Fast plan. Now, that was last June, and the big news is I haven't gained an ounce back. The plan is easy. I had a delicious shake for breakfast, one for lunch, and then a sensible dinner. I feel great, and I'm never going to look like this again. Hey, if I can do it, you can do it.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Introducing new extra-strength Rolaids, 250 milligrams stronger than Tums EX, 1,000 milligrams of fast relief. This settles it, once and for all.
Out of every 10 people who've tried Benylin cough syrup with its unique cough suppressant, 9 say they'll use it again. syrup this effective? Try Benylin.
When people first see Airwick Crystal Air air freshener, they say,
Ooh.
but Crystal Air works so beautifully in places where you have the toughest odors. After that, it's ah in the kitchen, ah in the bathroom. Crystal Air works beautifully.
There's something happening here.
Tom Cruise.
What it is,
An Oliver Stone picture.
clear.
Born on the 4th of July. Rated R. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Wednesday on a new unsolved mystery. A brutal killing, a police cover-up, and new evidence that lay buried for 50 years.
It's very suspicious.
On Night Court, Bull buddies up with a billionaire.
I want to be Jordan's friend, too.
And my two dads step in when Nicole's date gets carried away.
Oops! You gotta go!
Then on Quantum Leap,
I'm a mommy.
He's not our mommy.
Sam's a single mom with a teenager headed for disaster.
Are you a virgin?
What am I going to do, Al?
Wednesday.
Okay, half the school year's behind us, another half to go. Here's where some of you start thinking about dropping out. Now, my assignment is to keep you there. The more you know what life's about, the more you know you can't drop out. You may think we're trying to reach you, but all we really want to do is teach you. Look, guys, I know these poems are not that cool. I'm just doing my best to keep you in school.
That was it.
That was the last you saw of him?
We went back a couple of minutes later like we planned, but he was gone. The car was still there.
Assume Tony was grabbed.
It's happening again.
On the phone. Check with state officials, federal police. Bob, go back down to the bowling alley. See if you can find somebody who saw Tony leave. Call Jack Law and let him know.
It's not gonna happen again.
Yes, sir. The police pulled up, made them open the trunk. Then they dragged them off.
The police dragged them off?
Si, senor.
I have told you, senor. We do not know if he is here. And if I did, there is nothing I can do.
We're not leaving. Release Riva now.
You don't demand nothing from me. Riva who? Riva what?
Can I talk to you for a minute, please? Come here. We are not going to leave here without our friend, Tony Riva.
Santos. Santos. Tráigame el prisionero inmediatamente. No me importa. Ahora.
Tony Riva, the federal agent who says he was kidnapped and tortured by Mexican police, is back in the country. He showed up in Tucson, Arizona, where he held a news conference today. Looking rested, Agent Riva made his first appearance since returning to the U.S. from his ordeal in Mexico. On Wednesday of last week, Riva was picked up by Mexican police and held in a jail in Guadalajara overnight. Riva said he was tortured, beaten, and asked questions about the activities of the DEA agents working in Mexico.
The interrogators wanted to know about the way the Drug Enforcement Administration, the status of the investigation being conducted in Mexico, and the breadth of those investigations.
On Thursday, Riva was rescued by U.S. agents who had been looking for him and brought back to this country.
What about the
I just want to say that I'm glad for the quick action of the agents in Guadalajara in locating me. If it hadn't have been for them, I don't think that I'd be here in the United States. But my fellow agents refused to allow me not to be here. So.
It is reprehensible for me and any law enforcement officer in the world that this conduct could be condoned. The nature of the Riva interrogation indicates to me that there were corrupt individuals in the Jalisco State Police trying to determine the nature of DEA's investigative activity in Mexico, in Guadalajara. It is a tragedy that any country in the world would have to term these people police officers.
Mr. Lawn, do you agree with the Justice Department spokesman who characterized what happened to Riva as, quote, mistreatment, end quote?
Mistreatment. Special Agent Anthony Riva was stripped, blindfolded, bound, tortured with electric shocks, and beaten. It is scandalous that anyone could term what Riva experienced as mistreatment.
Does the Riva incident suggest a different strategy for the DEA in Mexico?
No comment.
Yeah.
A different strategy to matters in Mexico is about to be adopted. Get ready, Ray. The gloves are coming off.
Hey, chicken.
But where's the stuffing?
Chicken's almost done, now it's time to make stuffing. Stovetop makes it easy, just push a little button. It's stovetop stuffing for your microwave oven.
Yeah!
Stovetop microwave stuffing is so easy to make. Just pour it into its own tray, add water, and microwave. In just 3 minutes, you get that great stovetop taste.
Stovetop makes it easy, just push a little button. It's stovetop stuffing for your microwave oven.
This is Anna O'Sullivan. This is our commercial for Surf Detergent.
Garden. Mike, follow me down this way.
That's my dad. That's Ryan. What a wimp.
Oh, and the garden is family
Dad's shirt smells. Garden's done. Time for surf.
Dad's shirt. Yuck.
After the wash.
Smells great. Looks clean.
Surf removes dirt and odors.
Yay!
Culinary experts have assembled from far and near to sample a selection of the finest gourmet foods and to decide which one truly sets the standard for best taste. The critics' overwhelming choice: New Fancy Feast, the best tasting gourmet canned cat food. So moist and delicious, cats preferred it over every other brand. New Fancy Feast gourmet cat food. The feast cats fancy above all the rest.
For head cold misery, you need full prescription strength Actifed. Of the 3 leading cold medicines once sold by prescription, only Actifed comes in its original maximum strength formula. And to help reduce fever and sinus pain, now there's new Actifed Plus.
No gimmicks, just pure terror. Horror is back to basics. Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, rated R. Starts Friday, January 12th at theaters everywhere.
Drug Wars, the Camarena Story, will return following these messages.
Sunday.
We're going down.
Teenagers marooned on a deserted isle.
No one's coming to get us, are they?
Isolated in a tropical paradise.
I've never seen anything like this.
It soon becomes a deadly struggle for power.
This is like a civics class gone nuts.
He's got a gun. Corey Feldman and Christopher Daniel Barnes in the gripping 2-hour drama Exile Sunday.
You don't have to feel guilty if your kids use alcohol, okay? You don't have to feel guilty if they smoke pot. You don't even have to feel guilty if they use cocaine, crack, or speed. But if you suspect, even for a moment, that your children are using any of these things and you do nothing about it, then you have something to feel guilty about.
Call the Sacred Heart Adolescent Recovery Program. We can help.
Hi, I'm Mike Sanford. It's a city with 1,000 years of history and 1,000 things to see and do. London, England.
We'll see what the city is like outside the busy summer season, when the tourist crush has diminished a bit and prices have dropped. We'll explore the infamous Tower of London and shop for bargains in some of the street markets and visit some interesting areas just outside the city. Old London Town. I hope you'll join me.
Travel with us this week on KMTR News.
On KMTR News at 11, the storm moving through the Willamette Valley tonight is losing some of its muscle. Wind warnings have been canceled, but forecasters are promising a lot of rain throughout the evening. Earlier in the day, severe weather gnawed along the Oregon coast, knocking out power, bringing down trees, causing major flooding. A Coos Bay woman is arrested in an alleged murder for hire plot. Brian Lamb has sports, Joseph Calverth with weather. Kathy and I will have the news tonight at 11 o'clock.
Better Bodies. 2 for 1 enrollment in January. 2 locations, Main Street and Gateway, Springfield.
KMTR TV, Eugene, Springfield. Drug Wars, the Camarena Story continues. Starring Steve Bauer, Elizabeth Peña, and Treat Williams.
¿Sí? Cuidado, muchacho.
Para los muertos. Salud,
How many suspects goes around? He's out. I got rid of those other people so we don't have intermediaries taking all the profits. So now, my friends, how much?
El comandante.
Good evening, sir. Do you have some documentation as to your immigration status? No? Well, then I do believe you have entered the United States of America illegally, and we're going to have to take you downtown to the immigration office for processing.
Don't miss an inch. I want a perfect record of the condition he was in when we got him, so he can't claim that he was tortured or starved.
But I was kidnapped, compadre. And I've got a very angry lawyer on his way down here from Los Angeles who's going to prove it. We also have grounds for a suit against the United States government. And when we win, I'll be sunning myself in San Felipe. And you'll be out of a job.
We didn't tell you about Verona because we assumed you would disapprove.
DEA has run roughshod over Mexican territorial rights. There are political ramifications here. You can't just behave like cowboys. Now, you have a superb future ahead of you, Jack. And just as there is life after the DEA, so too there are broader considerations at work here in our overall relations with Mexico that you should be sensitive to, and that should encourage you to ameliorate some of your actions.
Meaning I'd have better opportunities after I leave DEA if I water down my enforcement work while I'm at the DEA?
Water down, no. Let's just say apply the concept of being selective.
I'm a law enforcement officer. My agenda is, has been, and will be to find, indict, and prosecute everyone connected with Kiki Camarena's murder and the cover-up of that murder. I'm not going to stop. And don't you ever call me in here again and try to bribe me with futures or ask me to do anything that would impede or dilute that work.
For 2 years, breakfast has been nothing but healthy, low-cal, no salt.
Yuck! I've had it!
Daddy, no!
I want something delicious and naughty. Tired of things that are just good for me. Ha! Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats.
George.
Huh?
Frosted Mini Wheats are good for you.
No.
Shredded wheat goodness.
No.
And fiber.
No, not fiber.
Yes, George.
But they taste so good.
Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. Surprise, they're good for you.
It's uncanny how this car turns one person after another into a real driving enthusiast. But that's the magic of Grand Am. Grand Am excitement in your choice of coupe or sedan. Check it out. And now with $1,000 cash back, there's no reason to wait.
And what is your field of expertise, Mr. McDonald?
Public relations.
Oh, and you know that the public prefers the taste of Kentucky nuggets to your chicken McNuggets by almost 3 to 1. And that your McChicken sandwich isn't made with the Colonel's blend of 11 herbs and spices.
Yes, sir.
Yet you still sell chicken?
We do.
We? Who are your accomplices?
Captain Crook and the Hamburglar.
Mr.
Taste our best. $1.99 for the Colonel's chicken sandwich and fries, or Kentucky nuggets and fries.
Mommy!
Why is this child suffering miserably with a cold tonight? Why, when there's children's NyQuil, the no alcohol, no aspirin, nighttime sniffling, sneezing, stuffy head coughing, so your child can rest medicine.
Coming to video stores everywhere. Turner is neat. Hooch is not. Now they're roommates.
No, not the car!
And it's a smash hit. Tom Hanks is downright funny. Turner and Hooch, rented January 24th on video cassette.
Thursday on L.A. Law.
Steal from me, you answer to me.
I can't believe you're doing this.
I'm gonna fall on Arnold Becker like the wrath of God.
L.A. Law, Thursday.
She wanted to be his friend.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
He forced her to be his lover. With a crime no one could prove until she fought back.
We have to do something about the way the legal system treats acquaintance rape.
Melissa Gilbert.
Do it.
Family Ties Scott Valentine.
She didn't protest anything.
Inspired by the true story of a woman's courage without her consent Sunday.
Okay, my name is Abel Reynoso. I'm an agent with the Drug Enforcement Administration. We're in a hotel room in downtown Los Angeles. The date is October 14th, 1987. The time is 17:30. This is a camera check. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello there. Listen, carnal. For $25,000, please don't make me look bad. We don't want him to die before he tells us who the snitches are.
Everything is going to be okay, Everett. I saw it in the stars. I read my horoscope today. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, you check the stars, huh? Él es policía. That's going to take a little bit to break him down. Now, how are you going to do that?
Here's a list of some of the stuff that we're going to need. Club soda and handcuffs, lamp, chair, cattle prods.
Cattle prods?
Sure. You could use an extension cord and household current. But the household current is stronger. You don't want him to have a heart attack before the right moment.
Oye, Victor, how do I know that you're going to do as good a job as you say you can do?
Remember Camarena?
Camarena? You were involved with the Camarena thing?
That guy saw first. It was done very methodically. First they pulled out.
Is that you we saw on the tape?
Yes, it was.
Can you give us your name and tell us your occupation?
My name is Abel Reynoso. I'm a special agent with the Drug Enforcement Administration. That videotape was made in Los Angeles, California.
Is the other man who appeared in that tape in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Could you point him out to us, please?
That man at the table with the gray suit, black shirt, and striped tie, Mr. Victor Lopez.
In the situation that was secretly tape recorded, who did Mr. Lopez think you were?
A major cocaine importer who brought him up from Mexico to torture and interrogate an informant inside my organization.
And how did you meet Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Victor Lopez was an officer of the Jalisco State Police at the time of the murder of Special Agent Enrique Camarena. We knew that he was coming to Los Angeles to offer his services as a paid assassin. I arranged a meeting.
In addition to Mr. Camarena's blood type and hair, did you find at the crime scene any other hair that matches anyone else in this courtroom?
Yes, sir. We found hairs that match samples labeled as coming from Mr. Verona. From the bathroom at the Lope de Vega house, from the rear bedroom where Mr. Camarena was held.
What does this mean for me?
Don't worry, they haven't got a thing on you. You stopped by the house. You didn't know what was going on. You didn't kill him.
From the drains leading into the main sewer line, from vacuuming the floors and furniture.
Thank you.
I'm getting gray.
Your hair's not getting gray.
Not my hair, my skin. This food and no sun. Maybe I'll go to Riva, right? You ever been there?
I go to Hawaii, Maui.
I'm worried.
Hi, guys. So, you worried?
Nah. Of course I'm worried. Ramona knows all the players at the top of the rock. He can give us everything if he flips.
What's it gonna take?
A guilty verdict and more. Even if the court comes back with a single life sentence, that won't be enough. What's single life, Harley? 15 years. He's eligible for parole and ain't. I mean, this guy's young, but he's no virgin. He can do a nickel or a dime standing on his ear. We got a shot at him if and only if we win the grand prize. Heavy-duty time in some cold, hard place like Marion.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. On the following charges: narcotics trafficking, murder, felony murder, kidnapping, conspiracy, we find the defendant, Ramon Verona, guilty.
Does defense have anything to say before sentence is passed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed.
We sincerely feel that the jury's guilty verdict is incorrect.
Evidence is conclusive and undisputed that when the torture was taking place, your client was at that house. And it is not disputed that hair of his body was found there by FBI forensic experts. And when your client told one witness, we took care of the problem, the court doesn't interpret that as an idle boast.
We wish to emphasize that Mr. Verona is a devoted family man, and we hope Your Honor will weigh this before passing sentence.
Enrique Camarena was also a devoted family man.
Judge, Your Honor, you are sentencing an innocent person. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Verona, it's not uncommon for a co-conspirator to feel that just because he didn't strike the death blow that he's innocent. But that's not the law. And you are a co-conspirator. The court hereby sentences you, Ramon Verona, under Federal Statute 848 of the Criminal Enterprise Act, to serve 240 years plus life in prison for your involvement in the kidnap, torture, and murder of DEA agent Enrique Camarena.
No.
The bench recommends that you not be eligible for parole for at least 60 years.
No.
News conference in 10.
Okay. I got it. 105 you, sir.
Well, Mika, I haven't got much time, but I wanted to tell you first, we got a conviction. A long, long sentence for Ramon Verona. He said to us, make sure Kiki won't be just a number. I made you a promise.
Okay, everybody, listen up. Listen up, please. Now, I'm going to start this off, do a press conference, and then come back. So order in some food, because we're going to be here for a while. Okay, the word has got to be out from Guadalajara to La Paz that Verona just took a heavy fall. That means they got to figure that sooner or later he's going to give them up. He's looking at 60 years of hard time in Marion. And that means that they're likely to pull out of whatever cover or hideouts or banking arrangements that Verona knew about. Now, they're gonna make moves. A lot of fish are gonna break the surface. So let's be watching.
Well, Cochi Loco was spotted in La Paz. Now, he may try and make a run back into Mexico off this thing. If so, where do you think he's gonna show up? Culiacan? I don't know. Harley, what do you think?
Well, probably Mazatlan, because he owns 5 resort hotels there, and then Culiacan.
Okay. On the asset side, let's stay on the big money transfers, particularly Portago Diaz and General Ruiz. It'll be Panamanian and Cayman Island banks. On the interdiction side, they're not going to trust any of the air routes or drop sites that Verona knew about, so check on that.
Yeah, that's right. It's a message. The message is, if it takes 5 years or 10 years, there are 3,000 agents in the DEA. We will never rest until every person involved in the abduction and murder of Enrique Camarena is brought to justice. Regardless of who it is, and regardless of how long it takes, this is not over. We won't stop.
Dear Harley, it's hard getting the truth in little pieces. I hope to know it all someday, no matter how painful. It took a leap of faith for Kiki to become a narcotics agent. Growing up poor in Calexico, he knew better than most the odds stacked against him. He had seen the misery that led people to take drugs and the desperation that caused them to smuggle. He knew about cops who took bribes, politicians who made promises, and judges who jailed poor kids and only scolded rich ones. But Kiki believed that one man could make a difference, and one man has.
They called him El Gallo Prieto, the black fighting rooster. Adios, Kiki Camarena, may you rest a gusto. You're fragile, I'll miss you and pray that the Virgin of Guadalupe forgive your assassins on this day. Gallo Prieto, campeón derecho. Gallo Prieto, campeón del tiempo.
That's the way the song goes.
Yes, that's the way.
Well, and I guess the Virgin of Our Lady of Guadalupe has infinite mercy, don't you? But to those of us who are only human, we'll never forgive. Salud, Kiki. Salud.
Courtney Gibbs, Miss USA 1988. People think Miss USA never puts on extra weight. Well, sometimes I do. I just lost 5 pounds in 1 week with Ultra Slim Fast. The plan is easy. I have a thick, delicious shake for breakfast, one for lunch, and then a sensible dinner. When people say, Courtney, you don't look like you need Ultra Slim Fast, I say, that's exactly why I use it.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Some people want more, not just a little bit.
The 1990 Cadillac Eldorado. With its new, more powerful V8 engine, electronic level control, available touring suspension, and anti-lock brakes, Eldorado is the car that gives you more power to express yourself.
Girth Hotels reservations. Fargo, North Dakota. No, we don't have a hotel in Fargo. In the area? Yes, of course. Cleveland. Yes, that's true. It's 1,100 miles.
Why get the runaround? There are over 1,500 Holiday Inn hotels worldwide, so wherever you're going, call us.
How about the Miami Dearth? Practically in the shadow of Fargo, North Dakota.
Holiday Inn. For worldwide reservations, call today.
The Do Not Disturb vacation. The first time we met Mike and Rita vacation. I feel like there are people watching vacation. The Royal Caribbean vacation. It's all here.
You're about to see something you've never seen before. A bar of ivory that doesn't float. If you find one of these specially made bars, it could be worth $100,000. See details at participating stores.
Coming up next, what effects will the Camarena Story have on the future of our war on drugs? Tom Brokaw and drug czar William Bennett discuss the future of the fight on an NBC News special, Drug Wars, tonight.
I'm Brian Gumble.
And I'm Deborah Norville.
Tomorrow morning on Today, the economic future of the 90s woman.
And a woman who's fighting to make inner city kids' lives better and the endangered West.
Tomorrow morning on Today.
From Washington, D.C., NBC News presents Drug Wars, tonight. Here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. Once again from the Drug Enforcement Administration Laboratory in Washington, D.C. This is one of 8 crime labs across the country where confiscated drugs are identified and processed as evidence in drug cases. Now, this is not normally the kind of evidence that DEA agents pick up in their raids, but we thought you'd like to see it. It's a .45 automatic pistol that was owned by Rafael Quintero. Actually, it's one half of a match set. This pistol is gold and silver-plated. It contains more than 1,000 diamonds in the handle. It's worth between $90,000 and $100,000, and it comes complete with a clip of silver bullets. As we have been discussing in each of these programs, wherever the drug trade occurs, it does appear that corruption is deep and pervasive. That includes Mexico and other countries. One of the scenes in tonight's movie, of course, showed the Mexico prison where some of the convicted drug bosses were doing time. Here are the actual scenes now shot by Mexican television last July, the cells occupied by Quintero and others. As you can see, it was more like a luxury apartment than a jail cell. Quintero and the other drug lords were given suites complete with TVs, VCRs. They had fireplaces, private bedrooms where they were visited by their girlfriends with king-size beds, closets filled with cowboy hats, expensive shirts, boots, designer suits, a kitchen stocked with food and champagne. Later, Quintero said that someone blew the whistle on his jailhouse lifestyle because he simply had not paid the right bribe. 8 times since 1973, American presidents have declared a war on drugs, and there has been a welter of federal narcotics control efforts. But the question remains, can we win this war? Is it a war against an enemy that we still don't fully understand? Are the American people part of the enemy? A question we put now to our special guest tonight, William Bennett, the Bush administration's drug czar. Mr. Bennett, what about the Mexicans? Are they doing a better job these days, in your judgment, in terms of controlling corruption?
I was in El Paso January 4th. I asked our guys there at the border, I said, there's no press here. Tell me, are they doing better in Mexico? They said, yes, they're doing better. I think they're doing better. We need to keep the pressure on, but they're doing better.
But they had a long way to go.
They had a long way to go, and lots of people still have a long way to go.
But in your judgment, are they being vigorous enough in tracking down the suspects that remain at large in the Kiki Camarena case?
Jack Lawn, who's in some ways the hero of this piece, rightly so, tells me that those other people are being brought to justice. But, you know, I wouldn't want to put too much in saying, well, every bit of corruption has to be rooted out in every foreign nation. That'd be fine if that happened. What has to happen is America has to get serious in the way we've gotten serious recently. Panama, helping Mr. Barco in Colombia, backing up these guys so they're not fighting this war alone.
In the Kiki Camarena case, if President Bush were in office now, do you think he would have sent American troops into Mexico if the conditions were the same now as they were in Panama?
Well, I think the Panama situation is relatively unique, but what you're not going to see anymore is these guys out there by themselves without backing. If you look at the critics, what they're saying now is they're saying we're being too active. We're too ready to use the military. We're too ready to use the might of the United States. I think we need to use that force because we haven't for a lot of years.
But half of the drugs now coming into this country, according to most estimates, although Jack Lawn says maybe 40%, right, are coming through Mexico.
That's right. Still a hell of a problem there. And one of the reasons is that we've had some luck on the southeastern border. Putting pressure on in Florida has driven more of the drugs overland. We're a long way from winning, but I think we're starting to take the kind of serious action that we should have taken a long time ago.
What about the casual user, so-called, in all of this? The suburbanite or the college kid or the young businessman or young businesswoman who's using drugs? What about their place?
Every user of cocaine is not only killing himself, he's killing people like Kiki Camarena, and he's buying that gun that you just showed us. He paid for that gun. That's what the casual, so-called casual cocaine user does.
Thanks, Mr. Bennett. However you feel about the war on drugs, whether we're winning or losing, whether the tactics are appropriate, what place the drug user has in that war, however you feel about all of these questions, it is worth reflecting tonight on the life and times of Kiki Camarena, especially since other DEA agents who have followed his trail are on the front lines tonight in this war, many of them working at this hour in exceptionally dangerous situations on our behalf. I'm Tom Brokaw, NBC News in Washington. I'll see you tomorrow night on NBC Nightly News.
America is secure on Friday. First, our shores are safe.
I'm back.
When an ex-lifeguard returns for Baywatch duty, then our cities are safe.
What I want is $3 million.
If the True Blue team can beat a brilliant bomber. And our government is safe once Mancuso decides if he's in love or in a trap. They're all new Friday.
Coming up on KMTR News, high wind warnings have been called off for both the inland areas and the Oregon coast, but threats of flooding are still a reality in some areas. In and around Coos Bay, breakers as high as 18 feet kept fishing boats dockside as the Coast Guard remains on alert. Insurance companies are swamped with calls as Lane County residents begin to pick up the pieces after the storm.
And in sports, Brian Lamb tells us who was inducted tonight into baseball's Hall of Fame. KMTR News is next.
At Shopko's Pharmacy, we guarantee you lower prices on prescriptions, or we'll pay you triple the difference. Now think about that. If we had to pay very often, we'd go broke. The pharmacy at Shopko, you're guaranteed good buy. Shopko always brings you lower prescription prices, even if you can't come to the store. We'll mail your prescriptions to you anytime, anywhere. We'll even pay the postage, and we'll still guarantee you lower prescription prices. That's a good buy.
Start the new year off in style with a new look during January, Fashion Month. KMTR and participating merchants invite you to take advantage of special fashion values. The new look for the new year includes a stop at Perfect Look. Come in now for our January Perm Special. And you never need an appointment at Perfect Look. Perfect Look. We're gonna make you smile. KMTR urges you to support Oregon merchants and look your best for the new year during January, Fashion Month.
KMTR TV, Eugene, Springfield. With complete, concise coverage of the latest in news, sports, and weather, this is KMTR News.
Good evening, I'm Kathy Randall.
And I'm Al Peterson. A new storm is moving through the Willamette Valley tonight, but it is not packing the punch forecasters originally thought it might.